Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Akron Public Schools Board meeting this January 13th of 2005. We have a full audience here. We're glad to see everyone here. We want to say that we hope this year of 2025 will be a better year than we had in 2024, and we hope that everyone will come together so we can all do what's best for our students here at Akron Public Schools. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Miss Autry.
Present.
Miss Hall.
Present.
Reverend Harrison.
Present.
Miss Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molinar.
Present.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
7 members present, none absent.
Thank you. Now we will have our Pledge of Allegiance by our student representative, Shayla Davis. If we can stand, please stand for the pledge.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job.
Thank you, Shayla. Okay, at this point in time, next we have on the agenda is election for the board president. I'd like to ask, is there a nominee for board president? Ms. Autry?
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Carla Jackson for president.
Okay, we have Ms. Jackson. Is there another? Pastor Harrison?
I would like to nominate Barbara Sykes for president. She's a seasoned legislator, having served both in city level and state government. She has led statewide nonprofits. She brings a wealth of knowledge, integrity, and competence to the position of school board. And as we move forward, we must move forward deliberately and with intent in a way that restores trust, integrity to this body. So I nominate Barbara Sykes, school board president.
Okay, we have 2 nominees. We have Mrs. Jackson for board president, and we also have Mrs. Sykes for board president. Is there any other? Is there any other? If not, roll call, please. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Any discussion? Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Member Alexander. Just want to make a few comments here and not belabor the point. I ran for a seat on this Akron School Board because I thought that we had the responsibility to do better. After speaking with so many of the voters in Akron, it became clear that they want us to do better. I had absolutely no intentions of running for president for this board. Absolutely no intention. My intentions have always been to be a legislator, to establish policies and procedures, to follow our bylaws, to follow the Robert Rules of Order, and keeping my objectivity and not favoring one over the other, but appreciating the value of all, appreciating the value of the individual that's responsible for keeping the lights on, appreciating the value of the teachers, appreciating the values of the counselors and all of the people that's responsible for keeping this wonderful school moving. So I was really not interested in the part of the job that deals with signing notes and minutes and conveyances and contracts and all of that. But as part of the responsibility is to see what is the actual responsibility of this board. The board has an obligation to assess the needs and desires of the community. The board members, as elected representatives of the city citizens, have the responsibility and the authority to exercise their best judgment in determining policies, making decisions, and approving procedures for carrying out the responsibilities. So while dropping into the schools and interacting with the kiddos is good, fun, and should always happen, especially if we're invited to do so, It is not our primary responsibility. We are paid by the number of meetings that we attend, not to exceed $5,000. $5,000. Most of us have received that amount. We, as a matter of fact, received that amount probably 2 or 3 months ago because all of the meetings that we attend, except the other nominee. Just in 2024, serving as our vice president has missed over 20% of the board meetings. When attending board meeting has a habit, while we're talking about the millions of dollars that we are spending, talking about our children and taking care of our children, talking about the over $500 million that we are responsible for in determining what should happen with it, has a habit of getting up and wandering out and missing votes. And when you take a look at the number of votes that's been missed, the nominee has missed probably over 100 votes easily. She had the honor of representing us as the alternate of the Ohio School Board Association. She registered to attend the annual meeting, but she didn't attend. She didn't cancel the meeting either. So it cost this district to have to pay for that meeting, for that registration, and for those hotel nights. 3. Maybe the plan now as president is to be a better board member. Maybe that excellence that we hear about is what the plan is now as she starts this 4 years of service on this board. But I can only imagine that the past is the only thing that I have to judge what I can expect from her in the future. Listen, the first day that I was sworn here, I talked about transparency. I will continue to talk about transparency. I ask you for your vote. I ask you for your vote because I show up. I do the work. I do the job. This community deserves that. This community deserves a better school board. This community deserves individuals that show up and do the job. This community deserves better than simply deciding upon who's going to be in leadership by who sits closer to the president, and therefore that person will be the next president. We can do better. Our taxpayers deserve better. Our children are dependent upon us, and without a doubt, they deserve better. I ask you for your vote, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sykes. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Jackson?
I guess since I was the topic of discussion, then I should address some things. Anytime that I've missed any board meeting, the president has been made privy up to why, and it's dealt with personal things, but I don't mind being transparent, illness, and my child. And in regards to these comments about me wandering off talking about finances, if I go to the restroom, I believe that is my personal privilege, and I come back. You don't see me having sidebar conversations or plotting and planning on what I should do when I come back in. That's first. Secondly, I am Carla Jackson, a member of this community, a seasoned educator. I'm not here to just support systems if those systems are not supporting the people that I serve. I support students. I've advocated for students, and I support teachers. I'm not just popping into schools for kiddos, but for students. And excellence does look different. And it looks like someone that's willing to get in the weeds with the community that you reference, Member Sykes, and talk to that community. And so when I speak from a lens from those same students who you say are not your constituency because they cannot vote. I'm here because they put me here, and they expect me to be a voice for them, and although they cannot vote, they expect my vote to be their vote. So although they're not voters, and so you don't want to hear from them, as you stated at our retreat, I do, and I speak for them. So just for clarity in regards of my responsibilities in attendance, you see the meetings. They're recorded. This is my 4th year on the board. And Member Sykes referenced my last year, which we all have life that happens. I'm not derelict in duties. I'm not a person known to be absent or to be late. I show up, and I meet my responsibilities. So when we talk about transparency, talk about someone that's for the people, by the people. This is a school board. We're Board of Trustees for the Board of Education. I advocate for all students, and I also support teachers in the work that they're doing. And that's why, as board president, that needs to be our focus. The teachers and students should inform our decision making. That's the data that should be driving our decision making. What is the real-time experience of our teachers in the classroom? Are we being good fiduciaries when we purchase new curriculum and expect teachers to understand it and be able to convey the information to their students? Are we doing the work? So again, I ask for your vote because I am an educator. I am an advocate for the students in this district. I'm not a legislator. I'm not running for any office. I'm not trying to get any endorsements, except for the endorsements of the people and the students who we serve in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? If there's no more discussion, roll call, please.
We'll have to vote for one person
Okay, I'm
first, so
sorry.
we're going
I'm sorry. We will start with Mrs. Jackson since she was first. Mr. Thompson?
to. So technically, we do need a second for each one of our nominees. So Carla Jackson first.
Do we have a second for Ms. Jackson?
A second.
It's been second for Ms. Jackson. Do we have a second for Ms. Sykes?
A second for Member Sykes.
We have a second for Ms. Sykes.
Now, we'll roll call by Carla Jackson.
Roll call, Ms. Jackson.
So you'll be up or down. Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
No.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
No.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes. I'm sorry, no.
okay. Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
So that motion carries 4-3. No.
Okay. The vote was 4-3 for Ms. Jackson, so therefore Mrs. Jackson will be board president.
Now we have vice president.
Okay. Now we will have nominations for vice president. Do we have a nomination for vice president?
I nominate Mr. Bruce Alexander for Board Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I nominate Dr. Renee Molinar.
Okay. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? No more nominations? Okay, any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay, can we get a second for Dr. Molnar?
I second Dr. Molnar.
Do we have a second for Mr. Alexander?
A second for Mr. Alexander.
We have a second for Mr. Alexander. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
So the first name that was nominated is Alexander. So that'll be the first name that we're responding to. Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
No.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
No.
Mrs. Sykes,
No.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3. Mr. Alexander, Vice President.
4-3 Alexander for Vice President. Thank you, sir. Where's your oath of office?
Now we do oath of office.
We'll have the oath of office at this point.
Yeah, we're going to have you stand right in the middle, and if you can get on your hands, and stand up straight. Can you do that? Excuse me? Here. Right there is perfect, yeah. That way
Diana.
you can raise your
Why
right
don't you do the
hand
passing of the gavel?
and repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear that you will, well, actually, just say I do. Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Ohio, and that you will perform faithfully the duties as President of the Akron School Board to the best of your ability and in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Board of Education and laws now in effect and hereunto to be enacted during your continuance in said office and until your successor is elected and qualified?
I do.
Congratulations. And Mr. Alexander, you can join us in the middle as well. Raise your right hand, Mr. Alexander. Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Ohio, and that you will perform faithfully the duties as Vice President of the Akron Board of Education to the best of your ability, in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Board of Education and laws now in effect and hereunto to be enacted during the continuance in said office and until your successor is elected and qualified?
I will.
Congratulations, Vice President. Hey, Bruce. And Ms. Jackson, if you can take your seat. Thank you.
Ms. Autry?
Yes. You're going to read that? Yes. Oh, you're passing. Yes. Yes. Let me get out of your way.
Congratulations, President Jackson.
Thank
Here's
you.
your gavel.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, next we have a president and vice president. What we would do now, we have a proclamation for Mrs. Autry that I will read. Proclamation of Appreciation, Diana Autry. Whereas Diana Autry has made significant contributions to Akron Public School Board of Education since her appointment in 2020, her dedication to urban public education and her commitment to improving the lives of Akron schools have been exemplary. And whereas Mrs. Autry has served various leadership roles since joining the board, demonstrating a strong commitment to the fiscal responsibility and academic excellence. As chair of the Finance and Capital Management Committee, she has overseen the district's budget, and her leadership on the Instructional Policy and Student Achievement Committee has helped shape the district's curriculum and instructional practices. And whereas, during her tenure, her commitment to board training and professional development have promoted a culture of continued improvement. And whereas, during her tenure, helped the district join the Voucher Hurt Ohio Coalition, partnering with 50 school districts to oppose the unconstitutionality of the Ed Choice program, which diverted public funds to private/non-for-profit schools, thus leaving public districts with budgets shortfalls. And whereas, during her tenure as board president, voters supported the passing of issue 27 in November 24. Her collaborative board leadership was instrumental in securing the critical funding, and she called for an ad hoc committee on the middle school and Pee Wee football sports concerns, which convened over several meetings that educated and strengthened the relationship between the district, coaches, and the community. This committee also resulted in the launch of Coach's Handbook and a personal and virtual preseason orientation meeting 3 times per year that now include cheer coaches whose opportunities are newly expanded for stunt training. And whereas during her tenure, she has been a strong proponent of athletic advocating for turf at Bookto CLC, along with bringing attention to other sports facilities needs to the Equity Committee. And whereas during her tenure, she strongly advocated for implementing SAW, Safety Around Water program, in partnership with the YMCA for scholars over the summer months. And during her tenure, Mrs. Autry led the adoption of the committee as a whole, COW, board meeting approach to facilitate greater interaction between committees and board members before making final decisions. And whereas during her tenure, she proudly visited every school in the district. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of Akron City District, County of Summit, and State of Ohio, that Diana Autry is recognized for her outstanding leadership and service as President of Akron Board of Education during 2024. Section 2, that in serious appreciation is extended to Diana Autry by her colleagues. 3, that a copy of this resolution be made as part of the permanent records of the Akron Board of Education, that a copy be presented to Diana Autry. Mrs. Autry. Tough times during our last year.
Just go right through the board.
Autry had to lead in the very tough times and very tough situations.
Yeah, we started.
And therefore, we have a token of our appreciation, a gavel that will be given to her past presidency of Akron Public Schools. Thank you, Ms. Autry.
Thank you. As usual, I'm going to be brief with my words. And so just a short year ago, things were a little bit different. I'm happy to have gotten to this point. It's never been about me personally. Anybody who knows me know it's all about children. I continue to be about children. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to have been able to affect children in the way that was explained in this proclamation. I do want to thank the superintendent and also the chief of staff and Joe Vassalotti for implementing the ad hoc committee that I called for. Many probably didn't even know that stuff was going on in the background with all the other things that were happening. So I thank them for making that happen. I'm also proud, you said probably visited all of the schools.
Visited.
I have visited all of the schools, and I'm happy that during my tenure, 1,256 students graduated from Akron Public Schools. And so just a reminder that none of us around here, this table, or in this audience would be necessary if it weren't for the children. So that's what I'm here for. I look forward to continue working with our new leadership and the rest of my colleagues. And I look forward to continuing the work on the Joint Board of Review, hopefully. That COC usage policy is something that I'm hoping that the district and the city can still come together on and make happen for our community. And so I just want to thank everyone for your support.
Thank you, Member Autry, and I appreciate you. And just as a quick point of privilege, as we move this meeting along, I would first like to truly give thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who has ordered my steps and orchestrated every opportunity thus far that has allowed me even to serve in this capacity against naysayers and doubters. So I have to give honor to that. To those of my board colleagues that have shown faith in me, I thank you for that. And I look forward to go forth in the spirit of excellence, which I think all things excellence come from God, and in a spirit with fidelity and fortitude, so that we can truly highlight the greatness that's happening in this district, in the classroom, and with our students. So again, thanks to everyone for showing up today, and for those who have shown support for me and for our students who we are here to serve. For the central office staff, for every teacher in the district, I would like to really thank teachers that have allowed me into their classrooms and who have been kind to me. I want to say thank you. I want to thank Pat Shipe, who has also been kind when I reached out to her teachers to afford me the opportunity to really get in the weeds and have a glimpse of the experience of teachers and the needs of teachers, as well as the community. And I would like to thank Jennifer Penley for that responsible journalism that showed me, when I read it, I saw myself, and I appreciate such journalism where I don't have to side-eye it. So I want to thank you the same way if I was up here criticizing everything that goes in the press. So thank you for that article, because it was me. Now moving forward, we're going to look at item 1.8, the establishment of board meeting dates for 2025. Board members, if you could peruse that. I think you may have looked at that. Is there any unreadiness or discussion about that? If not, I'm thinking we can move forward with the accepting of it.
I make a motion that we accept the calendar meetings for the year of 2025.
Okay. Is there it's been moved that we accept the calendar for meeting dates of 2025. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly. It's been moved by Member Alexander, Vice President Alexander, and properly second by Member Autry. We'll call for the vote.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to item 1.9, board member assignments. Okay. And our treasurer just brought to my attention that based on policy, we've been assigning 2 members to committees, and we in fact should have 3 members per committee. For legal, contracts, board policy, the chair, Bruce Alexander, co-chair, Autry, and Member Hall will be the 3rd member. Finance and capital management. Ready? The chair will be Member Sykes, co-chair, Member Molinar, 3rd member, Harrison. Instructional policy and student achievement, chair, Member Diana Autry, co-chair, Summer Hall. 3rd member, Vice President Alexander. For the current Equity Committee, Policy Committee, Chair, Member Hall, Co-Chair, Member Molinar. Well, I'm sorry, because Molinar is already a co-chair.
She's co-chair of finance.
So co-chair Harrison. He can't?
Yeah, no.
Oh, he can't.
We could make Harrison co-chair of finance, Molinar co-chair of equity. And they'd still be the same people composed in it, just different chairs. Does that make sense? Is that?
Yeah, that we can do that switch. So Molinar remain co-chair of equity, and then Harrison becomes the co-chair of finance and capital management.
Correct. And then we need one more member for equity.
Molinar.
Well, she's already the co-chair.
Okay, oh, wait. Summer.
Summer Hall's the,
Summer, Molinar, and then we'll put Autry.
okay.
Wait, is Autry on 3?
Autry's on 2. She's a chair, and now she's a member of a second committee. And you're going to have to do that mathematically.
It sounds like it's more committees than.
Madam, I can serve on if you like.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
For the equity committee, so Member Sykes
Sykes, got
will
it.
be the third member. Thank you, Member Sykes. So now we have all assignments. You have it?
We have one, we've got, those are our 4 committees, yes.
Committee, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then, once we finish this, if we can reiterate it so everyone,
Yeah,
since
so-
it was discussion with them.
Sure. So to summarize that, legal, the chair is Mr. Alexander, co-chair, Ms. Autry, member Hall is on that committee, assigned to that committee. The finance committee, Mrs. Sykes is the chair. Reverend Harrison is the co-chair, and member Molnar is on that committee. Instructional committee, the chair is Ms. Autry. Ms. Hall's the co-chair. Mr. Alexander is on the committee. And then equity, Ms. Hall is the chair. Member Molinar is the vice chair. And member Sykes is assigned to that committee as well.
Thank you.
President, I'm on there 3 times. I think we only wanted to put everybody on there twice. You have me on legal, contracts, and boards policy,
Alexander.
instructional policy and student achievement, and equity policy.
Mathematically, somebody has to be. Mr. Alexander's on 2. Ms. Autry's on 2. Ms. Hall is on 3.
Okay, well.
Jackson is president.
You only have
Mr.
Harrison on 1.
Reverend Harrison is on 1.
1, so.
Yeah, there, yes. So
I would like to
Ms.
be
Hall
off
needs to
legal.
come off one of these.
You can take me off legal contracts if that's
so
okay.
Harrison will be on legal contracts.
Okay.
I wasn't prepared for that third member.
Yes, in fairness, she was dropped with 3 members about 5 minutes ago. So that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, and now for the Ohio School Board Association trustee and alternate. The trustee is Mr. Bruce Alexander, with the alternate being Ms. Hall. The liaison to Ohio School Board Association Urban School District Advisory Network is Member Molinar. Joint Board of Review members are Member Molnar and Member Autry. And for the school cluster ward assignments, I was just going to leave it constant with the current assignments. Which has Member Molinar is in the Bookdale cluster. I believe Member Sykes, are you East Cluster? Member Sykes is East Cluster. Mr. Alexander, are you Elliott Cluster?
I was
Okay. And so member Alexander is Elliott Cluster. That's what Diana was Alexander Elliott Cluster? Yeah. And then Autry, you'll be Firestone Cluster. Mr. Harrison, you are Garfield Cluster. And Summer, you are North. That's your current one, right?
Okay, got it.
All right.
And that's part of the consent, so just keep moving.
Okay. And as a result, that's a part of the consent agenda, so we'll move forward. And next, we are at recognitions, board member reflections. Are there any board member reflections at this time? Are there any? Yes, Member Molnar, please.
Thank you, President Jackson.
Let's go.
It's been over a month since our last meeting, so I'll try to keep it brief in our first 3 minutes here. Happy New Year to everyone. I was pleased to attend the Karen New Year event at North High School, celebrating the New Year there. Also today, I was at Akron Early College. I see the principal, yes, the principal here, and I know we're going to hear from our Akron Early College Scholar Board member here soon for their first day back to school. I hope everyone had a wonderful first day of the spring semester today. And also, I want to give a quick thank you to everyone that I've seen so far this year, especially the students and staff members who stand outside every morning and every afternoon welcoming everyone to the buildings, making sure everyone's getting in and out of their car. Today, I think it was 26 degrees. Tomorrow, I think it's going to be 16 and snowy. And so I get a nice wave, a nice smile every morning. The first other adult I see is all bundled up when I don't have to get out of my car because they are standing outside. And so thank you on behalf of me and all the other parents dropping everyone off and picking everyone up too. We appreciate your sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Molnar. Are there any other community board reflections? Yes, Member Autry.
Thank you. Just before the break, I had the opportunity and was invited to Garfield's Criminal Justice Pathway by Mr. Evans, and so I just wanted to shout out that class. It was a nice, interesting conversation. Unfortunately, it was the same day that a school shooting had happened, and so it kind of fit into the topics they were discussing because they do the different ALICE drills. And one of the students pointed out it's interesting how many fire drills we have, but we don't usually have a lot of fires. And so I just thought it was a good point that they made that maybe we should be doing other types of drills more often. But nevertheless, it's always a joy to be in the classroom with the young people, just to see where their minds are at, and just reinforces the programming that we have. They also had a item that they practice shooting. It was a big screen. It's like a big video game, basically, but it just gives them the opportunity to have a shooting practice. It tests their reflexes. It gives them different scenarios. So really good program, interactive, hands-on over there, Garfield. And just thanks again for the invitation, Mr. Evans and the Criminal Justice Pathway at Garfield. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Member Autry. Yes, Member Hall, please.
Thank you, President Jackson. Also, Happy New Year's to everyone. What I want to say is, we need to get back to the children. We need to put more media attention on the children. We need to focus on the children. Everything that's been going on, our children see. And we have to be the example to let kids know that some things that are done is not okay. What I don't want to see is children putting up posters of their teachers or their principals because they're upset with them. And when that happens, I don't want to hear about kids getting kicked out of school, suspended, or expelled. So I would really like to focus on 2025 as we focus on our school district. And just put more spotlight on our children succeeding, excelling, and moving forward as citizens of Akron. I also want to thank, last year, I was invited to Jackson Harris for gift giveaway. Shout out to North High School DECA program, who provided gifts to the children at Harris Jackson that did not have Christmas gifts. So they wanted to celebrate those kids and make sure no kid was left behind. So thank you, North High School DECA program, for stepping up. Thank you for being pillars of our community to support the children that's coming after them. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. Are there any other board reflections, community reflections? All right, I'll end. So since the last time we met as a board, I had the honor of delivering what was called the Golden Ticket. And I'll talk about that in a minute on the screen. If you're at home, please zoom in on that if we can get our learners to look into this. Career Pathways has been offered by the Akron Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. It's a great event. It will be held virtually with some great information, and it is free to our young people. So if any parents see that, it'll also be posted on my Facebook page, Carla Jackson for School Board, but it's also here. It may be available through our school page as well, Akron Public Schools. But it's a great resource, and it's free to our learners. Also, in regards to the Golden Ticket, so a local entrepreneur who's owner of a beauty salon, the Beauty Lab Boutique and Hair Salon located on West Waterloo Road, Cartier Jefferson, awarded what was called the Golden Ticket, which included for students a wash, deep conditioning, blowout, and style. The administrator and counselors or teachers at each school selected was able to give out the golden tickets to various students that they had a need, so that when they came back over the holiday season, they could have a fresh look. And so we awarded these golden tickets within the Bookto cluster, Schumacher, Helen Arnold, and Krause. And so all over Facebook, I'm understanding that parents were reaching out to Ms. Jefferson, thanking her for this opportunity. And she is a 2009 graduate of Firestone High School. And so again, because I highlight entrepreneurship and people in our community and them giving back, she reached out to me to make sure that that happened. And so again, this is how excellence looks different, and people staying in our community and giving back to the same community that they came out of. Also, this past Friday, I had the pleasure to attend Garfield High School, my alma mater, at the Bookto Garfield game, and it was a highly anticipated game. It was completely sold out. And I do want to say I really like this. I don't know if it's been a constant rule, but that they were not letting students in if you did not have an adult with you. And I think that is a very good practice. I also bought a lot of merchandise. The children selling the merchandise, I do not know their names, but they did a fantastic job with the upsells. They had great, not only personalities, but customer service. And so it was a really good time. And although Garfield did not have the victory that time, it was a very good game. And so that concludes my community reflections. Thank you. Okay, next, yeah, and say your name. Shaylia from Akron Early College. Shaylia, what's your last name? Davis. Shaylia Davis, and her family's here. Is Shaylia's family here as well? We want to welcome you and thank you for coming. And this is our student board representative, our student board member from Akron Early College. And so without further ado, please, Shaylia.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent, honorable board members, and guests. My name is Shaylia Davis, and I'm a junior at Akron Early College. I play flag football at AEC, and I participate in track and field at Firestone CLC. I am a member of my school's Black Student Union, and I take pride in the part I play on my school's step team. In my free time, I enjoy reading books and listening to music or hanging out with my close friends. My favorite part about going to school at AEC is the different levels of academic freedoms, the sense of community amongst the student body, and the support that we have from our staff. And since our school is so small, it's extremely intimate, and our community is more of a family. I chose to become a member of the Scholar Board for many reasons, but mostly because I wanted to make a change for the better in my community and be able to speak up for those who feel like their voice is not loud or heard at all. At AEC, we have great academic programs and the opportunity to gain college credit and graduate with an associate's degree, which I am aiming for. And although we have many pros of attending Akron Early College, like any school, we have our problems. The biggest problem I hear throughout my school is the lack of sporting events and the lack of academic clubs. For example, even though we have a flag football team, we don't have any other sports like basketball, volleyball, or even track. And although we like to support our athletes who play sports for their home schools, it would be nice to have a team of our own to love and support. We have a cheer team with no one to cheer for, and we throw pep assemblies for a team we don't have, and it's kind of disheartening. We just recently were afforded the opportunity to attend our homeschool games, but I think it is unfair to barely allow us to attend games where we don't feel a sense of belonging or know the school and its student athletes. We would like to have exposure to more college visits outside of the University of Akron, because as an AEC student, we feel like we're expected to transition to the university, and therefore we're not exposed to other institutions of higher learning. My recommendations to the board would be to administer AEC the rights to have sports teams and a DECA team and funding for college visits. For DECA, I think we should have an assigned advisor who will oversee the DECA program, including tryouts, holding scheduled practices, and competing in city, state, and national competitions. To solve our sporting issue, I recommend the board should allow AEC to create their own sporting teams and allow athletes the opportunity to compete in the APS City Series with the basketball, football, volleyball, track and field, and soccer team. I would also like to propose that AEC and APS students alike are afforded the proper funding for college visits and field trips to explore educational opportunities and exposure to institutions of higher education. I really do love being a student at Akron Early College, and I would love to see some of these changes be made to enhance my high school experience. And I would now like to thank everyone for taking the time out of your day to listen to me speak.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming and sharing with us, and your recommendations have been noted. Next, we are at the point in our agenda, requests to address the board.
There are three.
We have 3 individuals that are here to address the board. The first person we have is Aramis Fletcher. Please come up to the podium. Oh, where is, do I have my little thing else?
You need that, yeah, that you read. Should be in here somewhere. That's not it.
Hello, everyone. One second, dear. Thank you.
She said it's in there.
There's a portion that I'm supposed to read. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth, for being excellent as always. Okay. Participants, I have to read this before we begin these discussions. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Participants must speak on matters related to the business of the board. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person to follow up with you. So please state your name and your group affiliation. For instance, if you just say your name and you're a parent, you would say that, and you just wouldn't state any other names. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Hi. My name is Aramis Fletcher, and I am a mother. My daughter attends Bookto COC. She's in the special ed program because she has a hearing loss. She's had a hearing loss since she's been 10 months. She comes down here and see Liza as well. She tried out for the cheerleading team, made the cheerleading team. And I was told by the coach that as long as my daughter knows the cheers and has everything down packed, she'll be able to be on the lines. And I was okay with that because I'm not a parent that's in denial. My daughter has learned every cheer. She knows every cheer. She knows every dance routine. My daughter has been singled out by her cheer coach. I went to our principal. I spoke with our athletic director as well as the athletic director that's down here at the board. You said I can't say any names, correct? No names?
Yeah.
Okay, I spoke with Vasilati down here. Me and a group of parents came here because our cheerleaders have been mistreated and singled out. Sorry, guys. And it's frustrating for me as a parent when another cheerleader has her parent call me because my daughter is being left out. And that wasn't the original agreement. My daughter made the JV team, and I'm okay with that. JV games have been canceled. We were told that the cheerleaders get alternated. They never got alternated. We have 10 cheerleaders total, varsity and JV, sorry guys. My daughter was the only one told that she wasn't able to get in line with the rest of the team. And when I asked why my daughter was left out, it was because this is her team, she can do what she wants. My daughter isn't on varsity. Mind you, the other cheerleaders weren't on varsity, and they were dressed and in line as well. My daughter cried, her feelings were hurt. I approached the school, I approached the coach, and I asked what was going on. I was banned from the school because I approached the cheer coach. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did because my daughter's feelings were hurt. Moving forward, now we're on to basketball season. Mind you, my daughter cheered 3 games football season. We're on to basketball season. The season just started. My daughter was told to wear a specific uniform. She wore the uniform. On the bus ride to the game, my daughter was told that she would not be cheering because she was out of uniform. And this is a uniform that her coach has specifically told her to wear. So now we're at the game, and my daughter is texting me while they're en route to the game, saying her feelings are hurt because she's the only cheerleader who's not cheering because the coach told her she couldn't cheer during this game. I pulled my daughter from the game for the season. I've contacted numerous people at the board. I sent emails to the person over the Bookdo cluster, Dr. Molino, no response. I came down here with a group of parents with statements from cheerleaders. We've emailed the emails with cheerleaders to Vasilati. Nothing has been done. We had the girls write anonymous statements so no one thought they would be retaliated against by the cheer coach because this is what she does. We've expressed our opinions to our principal, our athletic director, again, like I said, Vasilati, his secretary, Sherry, the lady that's over them, and we had no resolution. My daughter's cheer experience has been hectic, and she's been sad, and I just would like something done, and I want the cheer coach and her staff to be held accountable for the mistreating of the cheerleaders. And I'm not the only parent, and if we would have known that we were able to come down here and do a board meeting, it was a group of 7 of us that wanted to speak, and we were just told we had to go through a chain of command, which we went through with no resolution.
Okay. Ms. Fletcher, I want to thank you so much for taking the time, and now your concern has been heard by the full board, and we will, the superintendent is aware, and so we'll make sure that the proper channels are followed and that someone follows up with you concerning this issue, okay?
Thank
And thank you
you.
so much for sharing.
Thank you.
All right, you have a blessed day.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mhm. Next, we have, last name is Reynolds. I'm sorry, I can't. Reynolds, William Reynolds. Okay, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. My name's William Reynolds. I'm a father of 5 kids, 10 and under. Ladies and gentlemen, school board members, members of the Akron community, and dedicated staff of Akron Public Schools. I'm here today because of the serious allegations of bullying and misconduct that have surfaced against our superintendent, Dr. Robertson. These reports include accusations of hostile work environment and inappropriate behavior toward employees and others. Such claims strike at the heart of what we stand for as a district: respect, fairness, and professionalism. In response to these allegations, the Akron Board of Education took a critical step by hiring an independent firm to investigate. The findings of this investigation must be made public, because as a community, we must ensure that every leader in this district and city is held accountable for their actions. In the past weeks around Akron, signs have been seen with clear and urgent messages: accountability now, no bullying in leadership, and transparency for Akron schools. These signs serve as a reminder that our community demands not only answers, but also meaningful action. I find the timing and content of the press release released on January 1st, 2025, while school offices and buildings were closed, both disturbing and inappropriate. The response, these posters displaying the superintendent along with a copy of the district logo are not only offensive and unproductive, but they do not reflect the values of our city or district, and may also constitute a defacement of public property. APS spokesperson wrote in the release, "We trust the Akron Police Department will investigate and determine who the perpetrators are and hold them accountable." In her statement, she said, "Divisive posters may be upsetting to students, teachers, and administrators and staff. We urge the community to report any sightings of these posters to the appropriate authorities. We will continue to work with our partners in the community to address issues of hate and discrimination and to promote a more respectful and inclusive environment for all." I find this response an attempt to abuse power and, frankly, both harassing and bullying the public. For what? For exercising their constitutional rights to speech and protest. I want to thank Akron Police Captain Mike Miller publicly for his response to this situation. With incidents like these, we have to evaluate what crimes occur and weigh the circumstances against the free speech First Amendment considerations that may apply. We will continue monitoring the situation and take appropriate actions if needed. These calls for accountability highlight the importance of addressing not only the specific allegations against Dr. Robinson, but also the broader culture within our schools. Concerns about the use of confidential in district emails, potentially shielding communications from public oversight, have only added to the demand for transparency. Let us be clear, our students, our teachers, and our community deserve better, much better. They deserve leaders who embody the values we teach in our classrooms. Leaders should model empathy, integrity, and accountability, creating an environment where every individual and their rights, beliefs, and ideas feel respected and they feel empowered to thrive. As this investigation proceeds, let us listen to the voices of the community, the voices calling for fairness, honesty, and change. Together, we can ensure that Akron Public Schools lives up to its mission of serving as a beacon of excellence, not only in education, but in leadership. Thank you. Let us continue to stand in demanding accountability and creating a brighter, more equitable future for all, especially our scholars.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. Next, we'll hear from Cynthia Blake.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Blake. We cannot afford for Dr. Robinson to be suspended during this hyped so-called investigation. If he is to be suspended, then there are a whole lot of other APS staff and board members that need to be suspended as well. We need Dr. Robinson to continue the fight for our children and holding individuals and departments accountable. It's here we go again. They work in conjunction. This is their playbook. The board members, previous board members, administration, the Akron Beacon Journal, and the teachers union worked together to try to get this man suspended or terminated. Who is the real bully here, and what signals do we want to send to our students? Such a cowardly act to hang up pictures of this man around town and then hide their hands behind their back. That's right, cowards. It must be the same individuals that want to be the 8th board member. It must be the ones that want to continue gaslighting, pushing blame, creating chaos, pushing false narratives, undermining his authority, and interfering with the daily operation of the APS system. These individuals want Dr. Robinson out of this administration building on suspension for one purpose, and that is for him to not be in the dialogue of contract and to be left out of negotiation and the daily operation of this business and monitoring the budget. He is the one that's over the budget, not the treasurer. This is a community that is aware of this playbook. You do it all the time. You've done it on the last 3 superintendents that have been in this position. This board say they want a closer relationship with the union, but yet when there's free resources that can be given to our students at risk, knowing the problems that are in our district, when it doesn't cost this district any money, doesn't cost any expenses. We can't use funding from state and grant writing unless it's generating revenues to the union members. So if we want to try to find a better way to have a better relationship, then those are how you have to explore it. Since our children are at risk because they want to see union revenue over the students' education. How does the APS work with 7 or 8, 9? I don't know how many unions you have, but it's always just problems with one. This community wanted to work closer when it wanted online tutoring for their children. This district, this community wanted to work closer when they want social workers to work in the buildings with the counselor, not trying to take their jobs away, not causing any extra expenses to this APS budget. Knowing right now we just witnessed a horrific crime by teenagers, knowing that it's behavior problems going on in the district. So we need the social workers. I guess we don't want the close, we wanted to work close with the district when it was a teachable moment for a 5-year-old, but yet a contract would say otherwise. It was better to suspend a 5-year-old because they thought it was a threat. We can never deal with children issues or move progress into this district because we're too busy always focusing on adult issues. As a resident in a community that has homes, that has residents of 1,000 low income and income under poverty per HUD medium guidelines, and we have overwhelmingly passed this levy, you continue to want us to be the working poor to keep an APS lifestyle. I point this out because 75% of these teachers don't even live in the district. And the 23% that do live in the district don't even send their children to the district schools. So they don't even believe in what they sell it. And you say that the voucher is the problem because we want to send our children to schools that just because they are underperforming? And to add further insult to injury, it snowed on January the 6th, and I didn't see not one minority contractor plowing the driveways of APS district. And you wonder why our community is always economically weak. Dr. Robinson, before you got here, there was a top administrator that said she would never hire a black person in administration. She went on to retire in 2022. They never said a word. But everybody wants to attack you, and for that I can only apologize. And let me say lastly, if I was you, I would be suing the Akron Beacon-Journal for defamation of character, inflammatory statements, because they have never been kind to the black community. Thank you.
Next, we would hear from, I think it's Mark Neal. Oh, okay. Pastor Mark Neal, excuse me. Bishop Mark Neal, excuse me. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. To the leadership here, I'm grateful for all of your presence. Many of you that I know privately as well as publicly, I appreciate your leadership. I highly respect you. To those who I don't, my pleasure meeting you for the first time. To the school board members that are serving the way that you are for $5,000, I want to submit that you deserve a raise to at least $20,000, starting immediately. I'm a pastor here in the city of Akron. I'm in my 40th year of ministry, my 34th year of pastoring. 1 Timothy chapter 2 says, pray for those in authority. I urge you then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings and all those in authority, that we may live a peaceable and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. Please note that as a pastor, I'm praying for all of you, and there are pastors that have been praying with you and for you in all of your decision making. I went to all the public schools here in Akron, Lincoln, Thornton, and Central Howard High School, all of which none are existing at this particular time. I have not been to a school board meeting since David James was present. And due to the fact that I was getting information from others and had other things as priorities. However, I did serve 6 years as a substitute teacher for the city of Akron Public Schools. I'm here today because of rumors. I'm here today because of rumors. A rumor is defined as a widely held opinion having no source, heresy, a statement or story that is in circulation but has not been proved to be true. There's been several rumors even about myself over my 40 years of ministry. The rumor is that the Akron Public School is in a storm, is divided, under investigation, and the union is a disgruntled church deacon board. That's the rumor. I'm here today to ask all of you to be so kind as to reconsider the rumors and dispel them and be above reproach and refocus to educating the children. And even being here tonight and hearing from the opening statement till the present, I can see that there's still some disgruntlement amongst the leadership present. My question is, how many children have graduated per year that began in kindergarten? How many children are suspended each day, and why? Are they being reinstated? How many children are homeless, are not being educated at all? How many have transferred out of the district? What are we doing to increase the numbers and bring them back? The last time that I was very proud, there was a boasting of 33,000 students in the Akron Public School District. Now I don't know how many there are. Psalms 133 and said, 133:1 says, behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. As leaders of the Akron Public School District, there needs to be unity. Galatians 6:1 says, my brother, if one be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, restore such a one in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself also, lest thou be tempted. And then lastly, Amos 3:3 says, how can two walk together except you agree?
Word of God, thank you for that. Next, we will have to address the board, Aisha Shropshire. Aisha Shropshire. Is Aisha Shropshire here? Oh, okay. Next, we will have Denane Pollard. And please accept my apology in advance if I did not properly pronounce your name. Thank you.
Anything I got to say before I speak? No?
I'm sorry, sir.
I don't know. You
No, go
said
ahead.
something before, like edit. I don't
No, I
got to
already
announce my
read it
name.
at the beginning. You may-
Okay,
you may
no
proceed.
worries. I'm here to. Hi, Ms. Harry. How are you? Remember me? I just want to know when we gonna decide to really start teaching the children something. I mean, we still talking about the same thing. When we gonna teach the children how to heal themselves? When we gonna teach them about the old-fashioned way of the herbal remedies? When we gonna teach them that it's a cure for any disease or the difference between bacteria and viruses? When are we gonna teach them about the lymphatic system and how to fast for 3 days and how their stem cells can be morphosized to become any cell that the body needs, like a liver cell or a heart cell? Or when are we going to discuss that the adrenal glands are very important to the body as they squeeze the vascular systems of the nervous system? When are we going to discuss the autonomic nervous system? When are the children going to really know who they are? When are they going to really know that they are spiritual beings? When are they going to know that they can identify these plants that are right outside in your front yard like dandelion root? When are you going to tell the children that there's over 400 constituents just in ginger alone? Many flavonoids, vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin B12, anthocyanins. When are we going to teach the children how to heal themselves? When are we going to teach them the importance of just living? When are we going to stop trying to condition them and let them be the free minds, like an autistic child? They're some of the most gifted children I have ever seen on this planet. The same autistic child that's running around with no thought in his mind that lives in his mind can grow up and be something great. I mean, when are you going to teach your children who they really are and where they come from? When are you going to teach them that the same 12 things that they mention in the Bible about Jesus and his disciples are the same 12 cranial parts of the brain? Are we going to teach them about the pineal gland? Are we going to teach them that it's 13 months in a year? The real calendar according, and not go off this Gregorian system? Are we going to teach them any of those things, or are we going to stay in the condition that we've been living in, to where we think pharmaceutical is everything, to where they're not even in tune with their body to heal themselves, to know that the biggest pores are on their feet? The soul. Not just, from the outside. When are you going to start to tell the children how to look within? Because everything that's within has been externalized. Your gold, your iron, your copper, your magnesium, any other element. I mean, I can go on and on. But I just think it's time to teach the children something different. I don't think we're even healing them the right way. You give them Pepto-Bismol, I'm going to give them yellow dragon fruit with no side effects. I'm going to give them burdock root with no side effects. I'm going to give them valerian root with no side effects. I'm going to give them dandelion root with no side effects. Feverfew. The list goes on and on. Because before anything that was pharmaceutical has already been here. Because the same things that are in them pharmaceutical drugs, they had to get from a plant, like an opioid. I'm going to just leave it at that.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. That does conclude our request to address the board. And so now we're moving forward with the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Jackson. Have a few different items that will be discussed during the superintendent's report. Want to acknowledge, first of all, the passing of two of our employees. Mr. Richard Rickey, as most know him, Brown, who graduated from Garfield High School and then attended the University of Akron from 1980 to 1983. He worked at various positions before being hired with APS as a safety team member in February of 2007. He worked for 18 years as a safety team member with APS. He passed away on December the 14th, 2024. And we certainly do miss Mr. Brown and thank him for his service. Thank him for being a part of the APS family. We also want to recognize Ms. Kimberly Oreo. I may be pronouncing it incorrectly, and I'm sorry if I am. But we do recognize that she was a secretary at Resnick, CLC, since August 20th of 2023. She joined APS after being a family service specialist for 20 years at Akron Summit Community Action. Ms. DiOrio passed on January 9th, 2025, and we want to acknowledge her service to our district and to the kids, scholars of Resnick and the families, and we send condolences to both families. National Mentoring Day, Mentoring Month is January. National Thank You Month is January. National Law Enforcement Day is January 9th, and we do want to thank our law enforcement for their support. 100th Day of School is January the 13th, and National Dr. Martin Luther King Day is on January the 20th. And we also want to acknowledge the Delta sorority for their Founders Day today, which is a part of the Divine Nine.
Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Thank you.
Yes, get it right for me, please. Thank you. And I'm also a part of the Divine Nine as well. Thank you. I want to acknowledge, we started this through the custodial office. And so I just want to, and every month it transitions, but I just want to acknowledge for who's receiving it now is Mr. Carter, the custodian at Betty Jane CLC. Is he present? Yes, okay. And Ms. Jennifer Lucas, who's the building principal. Please come.
In short.
Oh, well, we're going to get you in the picture. The unfortunate thing about this particular gift is it travels every month. So. I'd also, and again, let's give them a hand. The custodians are really working to really get our buildings where we need them to be, and so thank you again. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Ryan Rittenhouse and Ms. Samantha Kuvan from Communications Department for the work that they do around feature teacher and feature support staff member and feature leader. It requires a lot of us going around the district. We started something different this year where we allowed employees to be able to nominate who they would like, and then we then go and visit those schools and surprise them. And it's been a lot of fun, but it is a lot of work on the part of our communications department. But thank you for your commitment. Many of the videos, in fact, most of those that you see, Mr. Rittenhouse, Ms. Samantha, communications department is producing those. We received some grants, and I just want to say thank you to Mr. David R. and Ms. Cheryl Vernarge. Are they present tonight? Okay, let's give them a round of applause anyway. later on in the board agenda. They have been so relentless about making sure that our schools, elementary schools, have resources to support our community and our families. And they have done this fund through the Akron Community Foundation, previously approved in September. And they increased the amount by $41,500 for a total of $64,500 to support women and children in the area of just basic needs. And let's give them a hand, please. WAPS-FM Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the grant that was given for the summit, who reaches listeners in Summit, Portage, Stark, Medina, and Wayne. I know I'm going to mess this one up. Mahoning County, Columbiana, Trumbull, Cuyahoga, and Athens counties in the amount of $134,631. So let's give them a hand, please. The Ohio Bureau of Workers' Compensation School Safety and Security Grant in the amount of $7,269.45 for handheld scanners in buildings district-wide, and we certainly need them, so thank you. The Blueprint for Excellence, our strategic plan, we're in the final stages of that. Board members, before the holiday, I sent you, it was sent via electronic, and then we also gave it to you in paper form. We are making the final revisions in that, and then we will be bringing that to the committee for you guys to review and give us feedback. But if there are things that you want to give us feedback on before we do that, that would be appreciated. But we'll be bringing it to the committee for you to hear and see the final draft product, and then we will make corrections and then produce the final. But we have some cornerstone meetings that are going to be happening, so you can mark your calendars, and these will also be on the website. We will also communicate these to you. It's February the 26th, Wednesday, for Cornerstone 2 at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock in room 201. Cornerstone 2, again, Wednesday, February 26th at 4 p.m. and again at 5 o'clock in room 201. Cornerstone 1, Culture of Safety and Belonging, and Cornerstone 4, Family, Partners, and Community Engagement on Tuesday, February 25th at 3:30 p.m. and again at 5 o'clock p.m. in room 207. And then on Cornerstone 3 will be Thursday, February the 27th at 3:30 and again at 5. Both of those are virtual meetings. And so, and we will again post these, and you're invited to, the public is invited to attend any one or all of those if, as you see fit, that you would like to put in your schedule. We'd love to hear from you and see you at those meetings. The MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of supports, I just want to give an update as we are in that exploring, discussing, evaluating stage, alternative offerings. Dr. Lash, Ms. Yvonne, if I've forgotten anything, we just want to kind of update everyone on what we're doing and where we are with some of these items, as they'll be coming before you soon.
So Dr. Lash and I are happy to report that we are progressing with MTSS. We have our structures in place for our committees. We have a meeting with the executive committee this week to finalize that draft, and then we'll be sharing that information. We also have several documents that we're waiting on their approval this week, and then we'll be sharing that information with you as well. Dr. Lash, what am I forgetting?
You did very well, Ms. Culver. I guess I'll just add, along with those documents that we're looking to approve, some other kind of resource materials to help bring some understanding to MTSS multi-tiered system of support and how the tiers work, and some examples, again, just to kind of make it a little bit more concrete for a non-educator, if you will.
Right, thank you. We have Professional Development Day this Friday for all employees, and we've been really working relentlessly on employee development and ensuring that all of our employees are receiving some type of professional development on these professional development days. So this coming Friday. I also had the opportunity to attend the LeBron James Family Foundation on Monday the 16th. They invited us to that, and it was really a very nice celebration. I wasn't able to really eat like I wanted to, but I enjoyed it. And I also want to note the LeBron James Family Foundation does an incredible amount of things for us as a school district, and we certainly do appreciate the partnership. And I just wanted to let you know that in the sum total of $2,252,055.05 have we received from the foundation. Is Dr. Campbell here tonight? Anyone from the foundation? Oh, there she is in the back. We just want to say thank you for all that you guys do to support APS and our scholars. We share our scholars, and so we are thankful to the foundation for all that they do. Had the opportunity to visit David's Hill, CLC, the holiday event that they held on December the 18th. And I got an opportunity to visit classrooms, meet a lot of our scholars, and had a chance to talk with them. And it was very interesting how many of them, their perspectives on what that day meant to them and where they were going. So we have some really awesome kids, and I really appreciate the opportunity of meeting with them. Just a reminder to our parents about the inclement weather. Whenever we have inclement weather in school, when schools are closed, principals will be there. Will be there from 7:30 to 8:30, maybe a little longer. It just depends on the school, and each principal knows his or her school. But check out our website. There'll be text messaging, robocalls that will come to you. We will also communicate if we know in advance that we will have to close. We will communicate and send things home earlier. But if it's a day that happens and we wake up and we have to close school, then please make sure and also check the local news as we will be communicating with them as well. We also want to say to our families, it is that time of the year where we really need to update our emergency contact information. And I know that for a lot of you, sometimes you get this stuff at the beginning of the school year, and you might send it back, or you may have forgotten. This is an opportunity, and so we will be communicating with you because we need you to update your parent contact information. We also need for you to update the emergency contacts, because in many cases, we don't have emergency contacts for some of our scholars. And so if something happens, we don't have anyone that we can actually call to come and pick up the child, and we need updated phone numbers. So we are going to be sending something home. Dr. Lash, that you want to, anything that I may have forgotten? Okay, we will be sending something home for them to complete if they need to update.
I apologize, Dr. Robinson. Yes, you nailed it. And so very important for our families to access their information via Home Access Center. And if they do not have their login, they can call the school. The school secretary can help them access that information. But yes, vitally important for that information to be updated. We will be sending information. I know, Ms. Culver, we have some things in the works that we will talk a little bit more about with our senior leaders tomorrow, just to bring a little bit more clarity and get that information out to our families, so that if they don't have access to a computer or cannot get online, that we would send something home for them to get that information to us as well. So that information will be coming, because I will just stress one more time, Dr. Robinson, that in cases of emergency, just vitally important for our schools to know what to do with our students, so that we keep everyone safe.
And while you're standing, we just want to kind of give an update to the board, to our community, that we are working on the update for the Student Rights and Responsibility Handbook. And I'll let you give updates, because we are trying to get everyone's voice in the updates.
Yes, that is correct. And so as we work with our building leaders to understand needs in the buildings with regard to student conduct, we are at a point right now where we need information from many of our stakeholders, not just our building administrators, but to hear from other stakeholders as well about some of those needs. And so we have a process that we're following, and we'll soon be bringing, much like we did our community nights with our cornerstones to hear from our community, get feedback. We will do that same thing with our student rights and responsibilities. Again, take that information, because that input is valuable, go back to the document and get a draft together. And we hope to kind of pilot some things this year. So again, we take as many opportunities as possible to refine a document that really speaks to our needs and how we support students and hold accountable as well. And then be ready to bring that information to the board.
And one other thing that I want to note is that we have really been working, Dr. Lash and her team and the committee has really been working. We want to make sure that the handbook is built around positive behavior, PBIS, and wanting to make sure that we're setting a standardization across the district so that there is fair equity with how students are disciplined. So I just want to make sure that our families understand that all that's a part of the discussion. So we do invite them when that opportunity comes for them to engage.
Yes, more information to come.
Yes, I'm sorry,
What is
board
our
members, if you have questions.
I'm sorry, what is, just very quickly, and I won't belabor this, what is the contingency plan for our students? We have our transient population that we know of that's documented in case of an emergency when they don't have a station. Like, do we have a contingency plan that when we don't contact, like what's the process for something like that?
I want to make sure I heard her word correctly. Did you say, what did I hear you say?
Transient, like our
transient,
our transient or our homeless population of students. How do we move with that when they don't have a fix? I'm just curious, like what would be in the case of emergency? Where does that?
And so that's where those emergency contacts really come to bear. And so with our students that are experiencing homelessness, be it living in a shelter or couch surfing or doubled up, they do have a responsible adult, and we have students that are unaccompanied youth also, but there is an adult that is responsible for them. And so we go through those contacts. We have those emergency contacts that we work through.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure, Dr. Caver, I'll call you. I'm not sure if a lot of our families know, but on the website, we have a parent we have a parent resource guide that I charged Dr. Kaber and her team, working in collaboration with some other departments as well, and just to share just a snippet of this resource that they worked on for our families.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. So on the district website, under Students and Families, you could click on Back to School Resources, and you'll find this Parent Academic Resource Guide. So the Teaching and Learning Department spearheaded this effort under the direction of, or the request of Dr. Robinson. And so we put this together, and it is a K-12 guide that gives some additional information about what to expect at each level of grade level here in each content area. So we still have our course catalog as the resource as well, but this one is a guide that is specifically directed for parents.
So if a parent wants to know, what should my child be learning in the first 9 weeks in 4th grade or 5th grade or the 4th 9 weeks, they can go to this guide and it will give them the standards that their child should be mastering.
Correct. It will give them the skills that they should be learning at that time period. So we try not to use what I call edu-speak in terms of like listing the state standards, but instead looking at the skills that they should be developing at a specific time in that grade level. So it is K through 12, and we did also add a little information about our English language learners as well to this guide. So as you can see, it is about 60 pages. We did try to condense it, but again, just another resource for our families.
Thank you, Dr. Kaber. I don't know, board members may have a question.
Because on the Ohio Department of Education, they have the scope and sequence, the curriculum mapping, and show like the indicators where each student should learn, where they should be at certain times. And so if I'm understanding you, you guys did something like to synthesize that information to make it palatable for parents to read it or guardians to better understand?
Correct. So we also have a scope and sequence or pacing guides, like you stated, that is built on the Ohio Learning Standards that are on the Department of Education's website, and we also have those specifically for Akron Public Schools. This document is breaking that down even further, and again, putting it into, like the words you use, something palatable for our families, we believe, to just get directly to the point, synthesizing what they should be learning or what they're working on every quarter.
Okay, and I just think it's important, and this is why I just wanted to chime in, because teachers in classrooms, some teachers are playing catch up depending on what comes into their classroom. And so some parents may look at that guide, and then if they see certain work coming home, they're not teaching my child what they're supposed to learn. So just to keep in mind that it's a fluid document, and sometimes teachers have to reteach, rethink, or meet learners where they're at and trying to bring them forward to where they need to be. So I think this is excellent that you're doing that, but I just wanted to kind of say that publicly for parents that's watching it, if they're using that as their rubric of where their child should be, although I believe the educators will be able to tell a parent why they're pivoting or why their child is working on one thing, because they may not be at that point in the year that the map said, that the guide says. But I think this is great. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Superintendent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And to coincide with that, Dr. Kaber's team also do WAG videos, week at a glance videos that kind of support that, so that the teachers and school leaders would know pretty much for pacing purposes what they should be working on that week by content. Our Be Kind 330 this week, just want to take a moment to celebrate a heartwarming act of kindness that perfectly embodies the spirit of Be Kind 330. And just before the holidays, the North High School DECA chapter spread its holiday cheer by providing gifts to 10 students from Harris Jackson, which I think Ms. Summerhall mentioned earlier. And this was made possible through a donation from Faith Family Church of North Canton, and $500 was raised by the DECA chapter. This is led by Mr. Eric Matthews and 5 student leaders, and the group delivered gifts carefully chosen for the students, and the joy and gratitude shared by everyone involved were truly inspiring and demonstrated how impactful just a small act of kindness can be. This story does remind us that Be Kind 330 is more than just a phrase, but it is also about making a difference in our schools and community. And so we want to continue this generosity even into 2025. And the last thing, board members, I'm going to ask Mr. Keenan to come to provide some updates on some of the projects that we're working on, that he's working on, but as a system. And we've been diligently working to go through some of these capital improvement projects. The Bookdale concession stand in the press box, which is being funded from general fund. The ECLC lights grants have been submitted rather to seek support to kind of offset some of this. We also have the ECLC, the track project. Remember, we received a generous award from the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, but it was an athletic grant that we received, and we will have to match that. It was $100,000, and then we have to match it with $100,000. And the goal is to make it a competition track by adding, I don't know the technical name to it, but what they need on top of the track to make it for a competition. And over time, we would try and make that another location that our scholars and families would be able to use, but that we would be able to do with our athletic program. And also an update on the Piper and Miller South construction project at Kenmore.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. So I'll go in the same order that Dr. Robinson had with some more updates. The Bookdale Athletic Stadium project for the new concession stand and press box. The RFQ for architectural services, or the request for qualifications for architectural services, will be publicly posted by the end of this week so that we can begin to get those bids in and make the selection for an architectural firm to continue moving this project forward. Architectural selection, the firm selection, would potentially be coming back to the board for approval at the end of February. If not then the beginning of March, and with the potential of construction beginning late spring, early summer. Next is some updates at East CLC. There are 3 major projects, capital improvement projects happening this year. Currently, as mentioned, is the lighting project to upgrade the lighting on the interior and exterior of the building to LED lighting for energy conservation, as well as to, at least internally, brighten up the building more, and externally make it so that the everything is more visible at night for students and families that are accessing the building in the evenings and at night. That is, we are currently in the process of having an energy audit done by a third party that is assisting us with applying for the federal grants that could help offset the cost of this retrofit of the lighting inside and out. The next major capital improvement project for East CLC which will be up to the board this evening for approval, is to have the contract awarded to begin masonry repairs on the exterior of East CLC. This includes not just the physical building itself, but also existing masonry structures, retaining walls, and enclosures throughout the property that are in poor condition and that need to be repaired, or in some cases replaced. I've been working with administrators from CCAA to hopefully bring in students from our constructions and masonry pathways to assist in the project when available. And when we do have a contract in hand, we will then work with that vendor to see what avenues that we can pursue to make sure that our students are involved in the process. And the third one, and a major project for East is, as mentioned by Dr. Robinson, is the upgrading of the track surface for the athletic stadium. We did receive a $100,000 grant from Dick's Sporting Goods to help improve the stadium. So the project is weather pending starting in the spring, where there will be paving of the surface and lining. So it'll be similar to how Firestone CLC's track had been previously. It'll just be an asphalt surface. Will not have an all-weather surface yet. That would be a second phase that we would later build into our budget to be able to add to that. But it would definitely be much more accessible and usable to all of our students and the community by having a paved surface and be striped and laned to the proper standards for a high school athletic track. That project also includes adding more and updated bleachers to the stadium, as well as some major improvements to the stadium grounds. The next major capital project improvement update for the Miller South Pfeiffer new build at the Kenmore High School site. The demo and asbestos abatement of the current existing Kenmore High School will be coming to the board this evening as well. And when approved, abatement and demolition will be able to start near immediately, with anticipation of the building being fully down at the end of May, early June this year. And concurrently with this happening, the design process for the new building will be happening, with anticipated full design being completed at the end of this calendar year, and new construction potentially beginning early next year, early 2026. And then last is an update with North High School. Right now, myself and other administrators are working on developing the RFQ for the architectural and design services to begin the process of putting together the plans for the new North High School. That's all that I have at this time.
Board members, do you have questions?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick question. You mentioned East will be getting a new track.
Mm-hmm.
And we won the $100,000 from Dick's Sporting Goods, but then it's a $100,000 match that we will have to match it with.
Yes.
So that's $200,000. So you stated that we're going to do a track, but not an all-weather track.
Correct.
So are we spending more money every year trying to get this track back together every year? Or would it be more cost-effective? You might not know the numbers right now, or you may, to do an all-weather track, to start off, just to make sure we're not dumping more and more money on that
Right.
track every year.
The first step to making an all-weather track is paving it with asphalt as the first base to it, and that typically doesn't require any major maintenance for 5 years.
Okay.
So, other than routine maintenance, making sure that if there are any cracks developing, that they're sealed, and then refreshing any of the striping as needed. That's really the only maintenance that would be required until we can come up with the funding for an all-weather surface to be put on top of the existing asphalt surface.
Okay, awesome. And then one more question. With the demo of Kenmore and the rebuild, what will we be doing with Pfeiffer and Miller South?
When they close?
Yeah.
The intention is for both buildings to be demolished after the students are moved into their new
Okay, so
facility.
after. Okay. I was just making sure that they won't be standing buildings. Okay.
No, the intention is to bring them down.
Okay, perfect.
They are obsolete and no longer able to be in service past the students moving to their new building.
Right. No, I just wanted to make sure that, once Kenmore is built, that the buildings won't be just sitting there for, a long period of time. I understand we're going to demo them, but I want to make sure that the demo will follow once the kids move into the new school.
Yes, that's part of the
Okay.
plan.
Thank you.
The intention is we have current buildings that are standing, that have been standing for some years. The intention is to budget moving forward. I don't know if that's going to be every year, every other year, every other year. I don't know. We'll have to work that out to try and bring those buildings down because we're still responsible for them, and we still have to pay to maintain them. So that's the goal.
Anything else? Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes the superintendent's report. We will next have the treasurer. Oh, yes, Member Molnar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is the end of 5.1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We didn't have an opportunity when we heard the MTSS information. For clarity, which committee, I heard you say that a lot of documents will be coming to the board. Which committee will they be going through?
I'm not sure. You all will tell me which committee that they will go to, and then we will schedule with whomever the chair is.
But they will go through the committees before
Yes,
they come to the floor?
they will go. Yes, they will go through the committees.
Member Sykes.
Mr. Superintendent, you know, when we last met, we talked about our 5-year budget, a 5-year forecast. And so I did not hear an update on where we are with that. It is my understanding that in order for us to stay on track,
Yes, ma'am.
that certain things need to be taking place right now. So where are we with those items that we need to take action on to make sure that we stay on our 5-year?
The reductions and stuff that we
The
did. Yes.
reductions,
I'm sorry.
interaction.
We are in the process of making sure that those things happen. And just this week, Ms. Carter has met with various people.
Okay.
Some of it is just reminding them that, hey, this has to be done. Some of it is saying, okay, we now need to move on this or that or whatever it is. But yes, ma'am, we are staying true to what we said we would do. And I don't want to say this month in January, but by February we should be able to bring an update on just what we've done in the month of January as we move forward. But we are staying true to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, if no further questions, we'll move on to the treasurer's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. There are 2 resolutions I just want to touch upon to make sure you're comfortable before you vote. 6.2 is the resolution approving the November financial forecast. You've had it for a while, and we have discussed it, but you can see inside of that report some of the gaps are closing in a positive way. So that's good. It's a good trend. We'll break it down along with December's report at our next Finance Committee meeting. I'll be meeting with both our chair and co-chair to develop not just that agenda for that meeting, but we'll start to put together agendas ahead of time. So if there are things that you feel as a member you would like to discuss or like to learn more about, because it can really be twofold, an update on what's happening financially and also an educational piece, because there's a lot to take in and learn as really for all of us, me included. So please just give us that kind of feedback so that we can help drive our committees. The second resolution I just wanted to touch upon is Resolution 6.6. We receive taxes twice a year. That's in September and February. But the resolution that you're seeing is the same resolution you'll see every year. It just allows us, it doesn't mean that we will, it just allows us the opportunity to get an advance on those taxes, tax returns or receipts prior to February. At this point, I don't see any need to do that, but if we find ourselves in a situation, maybe in the summer, where we need to receive that money a little bit sooner, we can take out an advance against what they would give us in September. So that's very standard. You'll see that really across all public schools that I'm aware of. And just a little bit of FYI for everyone, just remember that, as Dr. Robinson and the team worked through the bringing buildings down and not bringing buildings down, there's a lot of folks out there that might think a building is an APS building because it was an APS building, but it's not an APS building anymore. So keep that in mind as you say, hey, the superintendent said, we're going to bring these buildings down, and that building's not down. Well, that might be because that building's not ours. So just please keep that in mind. And that's something we're collaborating with the city and JBR on, what is a resolution to that and how can we work together to get all of them brought down, because most of them are pretty blighted as they sit there, and that does cost us a certain degree of money to maintain some level of security, mow the grounds, et cetera, if we actually own it. The levy that was just passed, the bond issue piece, we have in 3 years, we have to spend 85% of that money. So just keep that in mind as we're moving forward. We have to get that spent. And then on the initial deal, the COPS deal, certificates of participation, which was the funding to build, is the funding primarily to build the Kenmore project. That doesn't have a timeline like a bond issue does, but we have invested that money, and if it sits too long, we can actually earn too much money, which is the arbitrage issue. You can only take out so much money as a public institution, invest it, and get so much in return until you get zinged for essentially making too much money. So while it's a good thing that we're earning interest on our money, and we are, and we're doing well, we still have to get that moving and get that paid down. So we have $15 million from the bond issue, which we've already received. So that gives them the cash to get started and get their architects and all of those things lined up. So that money is there. That's what we voted on a month or so ago. And then we have the COPS money sitting there, and we want to burn through that COPS money before we go into the next phase. But they're very different. The North issue can only be spent on North, and the COPS issue can only be spent on the Kenmore project. The two cannot cross. So I just wanted to bring those up, make sure we, hopefully you understand the desire for that resolution, which might have been confusing. And if there's anything you need from me or questions you need from me, hopefully I can answer.
Are there any questions? If there are no questions, we will move forward. Is there a motion to approve the November 2024 financial report?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
And it's been seconded by Member Harrison. Any discussion? All right, call for the vote.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, is there a motion to approve the resolution to appoint a public record designee?
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Alexander. Is there any discussion? Call for the vote.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, we have a resolution found in 6.6. Is there a motion to approve the resolution to authorize the advancement of local taxes?
So move.
It's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Member Sykes. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
I keep looking to the left for you, Bruce, and you're not there. Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, resolution 6.8. Is there a motion to approve the resolution for travel related to official duties while serving Ohio School Board Association?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Molinar. Any discussion? Excuse me. Okay, hearing none, please call for the vote.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the President's report. There is no report currently, as I'm new to this seat. And next we'll have the committee reports, beginning with the legal contracts and board policy. Approval of 3 policies for their third and final reading.
Thank you, Madam President. So the Legal Contracts Committee met January 6th, and we really focused on policy 0171.1, which is the review of policy. One of the things that is in our bylaws is that the board will evaluate how policies have been implemented and their general effectiveness. And this is something that was also really highlighted during our board retreats with Deborah Keyes-White about the need to evaluate our policies after they've been implemented. The committee worked really hard for the 2024 season to look at our board agenda and really take our committee agenda and really take an academic approach to the policy process. And so then we added to that the evaluation to the policy process, because we did not have, prior to this, a system of regularly evaluating effectiveness of our policies. And so we're really proud, if I could speak for myself and the former chair, former co-chair now, of the way that we were able to productively bring policies through committee this year. And so the way that our committee left off with that is we have for the agenda that is set for the new committee, and hopefully the new committee will continue the work that we've been doing with the academic background, a first read of 511 dress and grooming, a discussion on 4121 independent contractors, and evaluation of 436201 threatening behavior, and 7544 use of social media is the agenda as the committee left it. But policies today for a third and final reading, we actually have 2. We had 3 for a second reading at the last meeting, but one of those policies, the attorney said they'd bring us more information on, and so the full board has not received that. So we have 2 policies that the committee is recommending for a third and final read today. It is policy 5200 attendance, which is mostly Neola updates, and policy 8510 wellness are the 2 items the committee is recommending for a third and final read.
Thank you, Member Molnar. So is there a motion to approve policy 5200?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please. Yeah, 50, yes, the attendance policy, policy 5200 attendance. No problem.
Thank you. I threw myself off. Sorry. Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, we have policy 8510, the wellness policy. Is there a motion to approve policy 8510?
So move.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Finance and Capital Management.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Finance and Capital Management, as you heard from the Treasurer, will be meeting to determine the meeting date as well as the agenda, and we'll distribute that information accordingly. Also, I would like to announce that the Voucher Hertz Ohio meeting is taking place on Wednesday, and of course that is the organization that we are a part of, whereby we are suing the state of Ohio in determining that vouchers are unconstitutional. In looking at that, also part of the discussion would be the fair finances, in that legislation was passed in the Ohio General Assembly that indicated that there is a third year of finances that are to come to our school district. That third year, I'm sure, has been used to balance our budget.
We are in the 5-year forecast.
Yes, it is in the 5-year forecast. We are anticipating those funds. If we do not receive those funds, understand that that is going to cause serious problems for this district. Serious problems for this district. So as I was appointed by the previous chair as the representative, if I am still the representative, then I will continue to attend those and report back to the committee. If I am not, then I would be happy to talk to whatever member sitting around this table that is and bring them up to date, and we can continue. But this is an important part for this school district, the funding and the unconstitutionality of vouchers and how they are affecting our public school system. So that will be on Wednesday, and after that I will provide a report to this committee on where we are with that. We were scheduled to start the actual hearing, the actual lawsuit, the actual case back in 2024, but the judge received so many different filings that until she postponed it until this year, we think that the date may be someplace in February. We're not exactly sure yet, but I will know after the meeting on Wednesday. That is the report of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Member Sykes, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve in that capacity. Next, we have instructional policy and student achievement. Member Hall.
We meet on January 15th at 4:30. So nothing to report at this time.
Thank you, Member Hall. Next, Equity Committee. I'm sorry. My apologies. You've been recognized, Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. I am not a former committee member of the Instructional Policy, and I don't think I'm on the list to be a new member of the Instructional Policy Committee. But as we just heard the presentation that items about MTSS will be coming to the board through committee, I would like to make the recommendation that the MTSS items be considered by the Instructional Policy Committee.
Okay,
I have no objections to that
at all.
as the new chair. Thank you.
Yes, Superintendent, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the board, in order for us to ensure that the items that will be brought to you on the agenda. I'm not asking for January, and if you approve it, I wouldn't be asking for January because it would be kind of difficult to do that. But considering February, that we change the timing of our committee meetings so that whatever we're bringing will go through the committee and come to the first meeting, so that, because the way our committee meetings fall and the way the board meetings fall, if we are bringing something to you, we might not have gotten to that committee, and so it would be delaying it for possibly another month. So just asking for the committee meetings, if you would consider looking at having them at the front part of the month so that we can bring things through the committee and be able to be prepared for it to come to you at the actual COW and then the board meeting. You might approve it at a COW, and then you might not approve it at a COW. It may go to the actual board meeting, second board meeting of that month. But just asking for your consideration.
Thank you, Superintendent. That'll be something that the board will have to discuss and then come up with an answer for you with. Moving on, are there any other questions or unreadiness? All right, Equity Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Equity Committee does have no report. They will meet the 15th at 5:30. That is January 15th at 5:30 here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Alexander. Next, we have the Member Hall, you recognize.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, because I do serve on the instructional policy and equity policy, there's just a few things, and we'll get to it, but I would like to have more discussion on, it's in our agenda today, regarding the sports at each school for winter. So whichever you want to put that in instructional or equity, that's fine. Just curious to know why some schools have more winter activities or fall activities than others, and it's like a huge gap between some. There's 3 for some schools, there's 16 for some schools. So I just want to make sure that we're giving all of our children an opportunity to utilize their skills in these different sports, as well as an explanation of the portrait of enrollment in one of those committees as well. You guys can pick which committee you want to bring that to, regarding instruction policy or equity. But I would like to know, like, we have the breakdown, but some of those numbers were kind of concerning. So I would like to kind of elaborate in our committees on that.
You said enrollment?
The explanation portrait of enrollment.
Okay.
We were sent that, and it showed like enrollment, attendance, suspension, expulsions.
Oh, yes.
For each school. And I kind of want to dig deeper into that in our committee meetings if possible, please.
And Member Hall, just so you know, because there are committees, so if you were to request, you could request, if you like, how Member Molnar requested for MTSS and instructional policy. If you like, you can make the determination if you think maybe that should be in equity and the second, because you brought 2 things, just something for you to consider.
I'm fine with the administration bringing it to, because they'll understand which way it falls best for them and who to explain it. So I'm okay with the administration making that decision.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving forward, we'll have approval of the previous meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the board retreat minutes for December 7th of 2024?
I make a motion to approve the board minutes for December 7th, 2024.
All right, it's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for the second. Any discussion? Oh, hearing none, call for the vote.
Excuse me, Madam
Molnar.
Thank you. So in the 9.1 approval of retreat minutes, at the end of the meeting, I did have to leave early because the time had changed, so I missed some of the information. It says that the district has a dashboard And so can someone please provide me a brief description of the district dashboard that is being described in our meeting minutes that we currently have, the type of data that's included, how often it's updated, and how the board or community members can access the information in the dashboard that is mentioned on our meeting minutes from the retreat?
Dr. Molinar. Can you give me a little bit more information about the dashboard? Make sure I'm talking about the right one.
Yes, so the meeting minutes make it sound like our district has a dashboard of information and district data that is accessible, and I'm wondering, is it accessible to the board? Is it accessible to community members? It's in the minutes, or should we just strike it from the minutes that we have a dashboard? I would just like some clarity on what is being described in the minutes.
So I'd have to check the minutes, but if it's the dashboard that's sent to board members on the first of each month, there's a data dashboard that shares an overall district view of attendance discipline. I'm not sure about the minutes though, and that was the portrait enrollment that you were discussing a minute ago. I don't know in clarity in regards to what's in the minutes or what's it being referred to.
Dashboard. But that's the dashboard that was being referred to, what we sent to you.
Okay, so sorry, Mr. Superintendent, so we receive a spreadsheet of information, but we do not currently have a district dashboard?
No, we create that for the information that you need.
Okay, so I think we should probably clarify that in the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed, thank you. All right, so based off of the discussion, as Member Molnar has pointed out, because the minutes reflect that there's a district dashboard, which is the wording, correct? And that's your question about the wording, that it says a district dashboard. And so for clarification, Superintendent, since it's not a district dashboard, as I'm understanding, that was just explained by you, it's an update that we receive, then it doesn't need to be noted as a district because it's information that's sent to the board.
So is it all stricken? Is that what we're saying? Any mention of it's a sentence, I believe, correct?
Mm-hmm. It says district.
So we strike the sentence? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, done.
All right. So is there a motion to approve the board retreat minutes for December 7th, 2024 with the made corrections? With the recent made corrections of striking the sentence of district dashboard.
So moved.
Okay, it's been motioned by Member Harrison. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been properly seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Abstain.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes from December 9th, 2024?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Autry. Is there any discussion? Yes, Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. In these notes, in the community reflection, it noted that I asked for an update related to an email from an ELIT student. I think we all got the email, and I do try to respond to all the emails that I receive. I know sometimes not all the emails might get to us, but I do try to respond to all the emails that I receive. And so this student was asking about Ohio Means Job Certificate and how we handle that, but I have not yet received an update about this information. Is an update forthcoming? Is an update being prepared for the board? Is this something that might come to a committee? This is from December 9.
That is something, Marcy and Kaver, because this is something that would come through college careers. And so I'm going to defer that to you all. Did you want to address it, Marcy?
Yeah, so I know the student was followed up with directly from the school. So if you're wanting just an overview of what Ohio Means Jobs certification is or seal is, as a state seal, we can certainly come to a committee meeting and present in more detail around what that is and how we use it in Akron Public Schools across the district. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, I think the question was just how does it directly link to a student's grade, and if it's something that is consistently across all of the buildings, or if this is an ELIT specific. But that is something that if you wanted to follow up individually, I just didn't know who or when someone was going to follow up, so I thought here's a chance to ask.
Sure. Yeah, it is something definitely that we expect all students to attain. It's a statewide seal. So it is the one seal that we look to try to make sure all of our students are getting. It hits multiple factors around their graduation, state and federal reporting, Ohio Means Jobs. There's lots of pieces that are connected to that. So we try to make sure that all students graduate with that seal affixed to their diploma.
I think the question, I mean, we can follow up if we need to, so if I can follow up, but it was about the grade, how the seal converts to numbers in a GPA.
Yeah, that would be up to the individual teacher if they're using it as a graded assignment in their classroom.
And just for clarity, the student was followed up with?
Yes,
Member Molnar,
I
just was
spoke
not-
with the principal at the school, and she was following up with the student.
Okay, perfect. Member Molnar just needed clarity because she brought it before the board, and I don't believe you were aware of that. But, so
Yes.
thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Is there a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for December 9th, 2024 board meeting? It was.
I think we have it already.
It was already.
Alexander and Autry.
Yeah, okay.
So we can
And
take
so
the
call for the vote.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Miss Hall,
I need to abstain from this.
Reverend Harrison. Yes. Miss Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention.
All right, next we have, is there a motion to approve the special board meeting minutes for December 11th of 2024?
So moved.
Thank you. It's been motioned by Member Molinar. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second by Vice President Alexander. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, call for the vote.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Miss Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison. Yes. Miss Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, is there a motion to approve the special board meeting minutes for December 18th of 2024?
So moved.
Thank you. It's been motioned by Member Molnar. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second by Member Harrison. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, call for the vote.
Mr. Alexander,
Yeah. Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Miss Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison. Yes. Miss Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, we have our personnel recommendations by Dr. Robinson.
Sorry. So this is the.
Yes. Okay. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, if you could.
Okay, we're going to go through the personnel recommendations, and we will do it the way we did it the last time, unless someone tells me to do it differently. We're looking at Section 10, personnel recommendations. Any discussions around 10.1 to 10.10?
Yeah, this is for, sorry.
I'm sorry, 10.1 to 10.10. Any questions from anyone from those section? I mean, from that section.
Member Hall, you recognize?
Thank you, Madam President. 10.9, are we in process of searching for replacements for human capital and labor relations?
So right now, we are temporarily, Ms. Carter is absorbing until we determine the next steps, is absorbing human capital. And in terms of the labor relations, that position would not be filled. I mean, would not be, filled. But we would be looking at the general counsel, which would absorb the same position. So depending upon how we go, because I do, again, to Mrs. Sykes's point, I am looking that as senior staff members retire, we are looking at how we can combine departments in order to save, so that we can save on the back end of the 5-year forecast. But these are key positions that we would really need to replace, but there may be some coming up that we won't be replacing.
Okay. And just one more question. Ms. Carter, you've been in HR before, correct?
Yes.
And so you have the credentials and everything to run human capital?
I meet the qualifications.
You meet the qualifications? Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's just temporary right now until we can determine which direction we need to go.
Okay.
But we are looking at it. I mean, we've had some discussions.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Ms. Sykes?
No questions? All right. Mr. Superintendent, you can go on to the next section.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You had a question?
Yeah.
All right, go, Pastor Harris.
Are we going to approve these?
Yeah. So we'll need to take a motion and then a vote, because this is part of the personnel recommendations. Yeah, this section, yes. So we're voting on 21.1.
Got it, okay.
Do you want me to go through all the sections and then read the statement at the end for you to approve, or you want to approve each section?
We talked about each section first, then I thought we approved at the end.
Okay.
So we need to go through each section. Next should be, was it 11.1 through 11.6. If there's no question, if we get through that, we'll go to the next one, then through the next one, then at the end, we'll approve them.
Okay, all right.
But that all falls under 21.1.
Right.
So that's what Dr. Robinson's going to go through stage by stage. I think that's what we're doing, correct?
That's the way we did it the last time.
Okay, my understanding the last time is when we went through the sections, like we did section 10.
Right.
Then we approved section 10 if we didn't have a question. So you're saying we're going to go through everything and then approve?
That's what I thought we did. I thought we went through section, like, for example, now we're going through 10.1 through 10.10. If there was any questions, we asked questions. And then we went on to the next section, and there was questions. If there were any questions, we went through that. Once we were done with that entire section, then we voted on it.
Right.
That's my recall. I may be wrong, but I think that's what we did the last meeting, the last time we were doing this.
Okay, I thought we did it by sections.
We did. We're going by sections now,
Yeah, okay.
but we approve them all because they're all under one section.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we will go to personnel recommendations, miscellaneous professionals. This is section 11, which is 11.1 through 11.6.
I was waiting for you to go. Are you
Oh,
done?
no, I was just waiting.
Okay. So just a quick question. With 11.4, employment of a social worker, can you tell me the difference between our school counselor and a social worker?
So I can give you the technical, or I can give
guess
you
their
the
skill
the
sets,
quick.
like how
Okay,
it would
so
not
the school
interfere.
counselors' domains, they are basically responsible for 3 domains: academic, career, and social emotional. So they work with students to develop those areas from K to 12. The social workers are more systems oriented, and we are particularly hiring these social workers as a bridge between our families and our students. For our students in AAA and APS Online who don't necessarily come to school every day or have additional challenges with family needs and things like that. So the social worker is working with them on systems management, primarily as a MTSS tier to help improve attendance and get them to school, so then we can start working with the academics.
Okay. So one more question. Okay, so just a question. With the counselors, they work with the social emotional learning aspect as well as school counseling and readiness, correct?
Correct.
So with the social worker, will they be working with the counselors at the schools? Because you said there'll be a bridge between the parent and the student, but also social workers can like medically treat, correct?
Medically treat?
Not, I don't want to say like give pills, but they can write
So
recommendations that
some
a child
social
is.
workers do have a license where they can do independent or community counseling. That is not the same licensure as our school counselors have, and even though some of our school counselors are dual licensed, that is not what they practice, and that is not their function as a school counselor. And then we also have, if it becomes too intense for the counselor or the social worker that we have to manage, then we also have the referrals. But the primary purpose of our school social worker is to help manage, broker those resources and work with the families so that those students can engage in their education.
Member Harrison, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question and a concern about 11.4. In, I think it was November, we approved a social worker position, and we were told it was a 6-month grant-funded position. And as we, as the board overall approved that position, we were told we were going to get some clarification on the difference between hiring social workers and hiring counselors, and we didn't get the information. And I understand we're involved in some union stuff over that position, that particular position. So looking up the licensure, the counselors and the social workers have the same licensure.
They do not.
Okay.
They don't have the same licensure. They don't have the same board. They are different entities with different focuses of their work.
So the two do not, they're not licensed out of the same board?
No, the school counselors are not licensed out of the same board as social workers. There is a community counselor that actually, hangs out their shingles and provides counseling services. Some social workers can advance their practice to get that license, but they are a separate board from school counselors.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, if the social workers require a licensure.
So do school counselors.
Right, okay, so, and I guess I'm gonna try to keep them separate in my mind.
Okay.
But if both of them require a school licensure, or requires licensure from the state, then how does that not violate the bargaining agreement?
School counselors are under the Ohio Department of Education. Social workers are not.
Social workers are not a part of our collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
Member Harrison, please.
I'm trying to figure out how we have an unfair labor practice. I'm trying to, in my mind, figure out how we are not violating a contract. Well, two questions. Do we need to hire this position now? Can we find out the result of the unfair labor practice? Is it wise to hire this position now when we have an ongoing unfair labor practice about the position? I guess I would ask.
Thank you. So we are not in violation of the contract. And these positions are grant-funded positions. The schools apply for these grants. It's the types of schools that these social workers will be working in and working with the type of students that go there, as Ms. Culver said, is a significant bridge, and that work that they're doing is totally different from the work that counselors would be doing with students in those schools. I wouldn't expect a counselor, I'm not saying that some haven't, and I'm not saying that some don't, but I wouldn't expect them to go looking for the parent or to have to go to court or to deal with a kid, their home life and needs in a way that a social worker is licensed and trained to do. And again, some of our counselors could very well be doing some of these things, but we wouldn't ask them to do those things and we wouldn't expect them to do those things. But they do have two totally different functions and roles within the operations of the school. Social workers are not going to be doing groups with students and those kinds of things. They're dealing more with the basic needs of some children. So if I'm a kid who has an issue getting to school, the social worker might seek resources and those kinds of things that would help this child, or they could be homeless or any of those things. And again, I'm not saying that some of our counselors I know go over and beyond and do some of those things, but it's not an expectation that they would do those things because it's not really what's in their job description. But some of them do it because that's who they are as an individual professional. But in these two particular schools, you really do need to have, we couldn't afford to pay for it, but they sought a grant that allowed for them to do it. But they really do need to have a social worker that can help them facilitate getting these kids to school, following up with parents, sometimes go and find the kids because if they're not attending school like they should. So typically, just from my previous experience as a principal, I had social workers and I had counselors. And when I needed to get a parent to school, sometimes the social worker found resources that would pay to get a parent to the school, whether it's a taxi cab or whatever. Sometimes they would go and meet with the parent at their job or at home.
Excuse me, Superintendent. Just for a point of inquiry and clarification, if I'm understanding what Member Harrison is asking, it deals with the collective bargaining agreement. And as I heard you say before all of the rest, is that it is not in violation.
It is not.
Okay, so I guess it's that point is what the discussion, we know what social workers do and these things, but the question is this in violation of a contract? And if that has been posited to this body, then the cautionary clause that I think Member Harrison is saying is why we're in this discussion. So I don't want to get too far off to the left, but I do recall, I think her name was Courtney, may she rest in peace. She was a counselor at East. And I remember about 2 years ago, she came before this body and she was discussing the issues of counselors and school counselors versus like a social worker, because some school counselors in our district do have dual licensure, but they're not hired to operate in the capacity of a social worker. As I understood it, they're supposed to be assigning classes and doing things of that nature, but they still were, and they were trying to get clarification on their designation as far as with some unions, like what union should they belong to and all these things. So at this point, we are certain that's what we're asking. This is not violating a contract, and to the point of the grant monies that's receiving, it's not coming on our budget. And just also for a point of information, it's going, the students at AAA, who we know are at risk from not graduating or dropping out, who've been struggling in Akron Alternative, which is the same demographic of student. And we know what the numbers say is that 85% of incarcerated persons are high school dropouts. And so we definitely want to close that gap. And if we have free resources that can help those students do that, we are for that. But we also do not want to be in a litigious situation because we're violating contractual understandings or agreements. So if it's a clause that we were alleged of violating, getting just some clear language saying we are not in violation of this, and this is why. Member Alexander, you've been recognized, and then Member Monar.
Yes, if I can weigh in just a little bit. In my understanding, school counselors deal with the issues of dealing with school. They deal with the scheduling. They deal with classes. They deal with the things that the kids are dealing with in school. When you talk about a social worker who's doing something different, now they're dealing with the things that the kids bring into school, like homelessness, like trauma, like I mentioned homelessness. They're dealing with those type of things. It's hard for a school counselor to deal with all those things with all the other assignments they have. So these individuals will be doing, if I'm right, will be doing something different to help these kids, be a support system for them with what's going on in school. So they have some issues here. The counselor may say, okay, I'm going to send it out to this worker. This worker will go out and say, okay, what do we need to do? Do we need to get this kid assessed? Is there some type of assessment that needs to go on for this kid? Is there some type of thing we need to do to diagnose this kid? Is someone out there to make sure maybe they need medication? So those type of things. So if I'm wrong, someone please tell me, because I'm seeing a lot of these things from trying to look at it in both perspectives, in the school and what I know about those individuals who are doing the work outside of what actual counselors do.
So there are some things that were misspoken that counselors are allowed to do, but I think the clearest way to help see the difference in the roles of these two positions within the school is that the counselor is going to be more student-focused in those three domains, academic, career, and social emotional. So their client is the student. The social worker's client is the family unit. So that is the difference, because as I'm focusing on the family unit, I'm taking care of those things that are never going to be brought into the school, and as a school counselor, I don't have access to go and knock on the door and say, how can I help mom? The social worker's license will extend and allow them to reach that family in ways that the school counselors can't. Our goal is that we learn how they are coexisting here, because they're already coexisting in those buildings that, they are looking for ways to work together and to extend the reach so that our students are supported. And we need to make sure we're modeling that here. I do have, not to name drop, but I did help co-author a textbook on mental health in our schools, an applied collaborative approach, and it talks about the differences between social workers and school counselors and school psychologists and all those roles that we need to have a whole child. So I can share the chart where it explains how the different groups are, where their focus is, what their reporting board is, and those things. So I will make sure you guys get that chart in a real easy way to help define the differences.
Thank you for explaining that much better than I did. Thank you.
I think the most important thing that we need is that it's not violating contract, the legal language of what's being alleged, and if we're in violation or not. Just that simple. I thank you for that information, because it's always good to have more knowledge. But the matter that's before this board now is, are we in violation of collective bargaining or contract? And that's just all we need in the email in legal language. Like, I don't. Respectfully to all, this is round robin multiple times, and we're going through what it is that these individual persons do, and the matter is not that. The matter is, are we violating something? So we can, because I was going to call for the, yes, Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I think, first of all, I want to say counselors are critical to our students. I think social workers are critical to our students and our families. I agree with our president when she said, especially in the buildings where these students are going, AAA and things like that, we need, I wish we could have many more of both of these positions. I don't think, from what I'm hearing in this discussion, I don't think that there is a single board member that thinks that we shouldn't have counselors or social workers, and they do serve very, very valid and necessary roles. But I think as the question comes is, how are we listing these jobs? Because that is where it becomes the question. A person can come in and do the exact same job, and so I think as in our November meeting, at our November meeting, we were told this position does not violate any contracts. And I remember reading in the newspaper immediately after that meeting that an unfair labor was filed. I have not received, as a board member, any communication updating me on the details of that. I really would have appreciated information about that, especially before today, knowing that we're coming up to another vote like this today, where there's another position and there are more questions, and I still don't know the status of the other unfair labor, or if we're heading into another unfair labor. So from my understanding from the newspaper article that I read, which may or may not be fully accurate, but but I'm saying from the understanding I have taught myself from reading the newspaper, it sounds like counselors have a position where they are, when they're hired, they are they have the opportunity to join the teachers union. In this position, does this group have a position where they are joining a union?
No, it's a non-union position.
This is a non-union position.
Correct. And the position of social worker is not in any of our bargaining units. So it's not a part of any of our unions.
Okay. So a counselor would be in a union. This position is not in a union. And so then I think the next question, as I understood from me learning right now from Member Harrison, as far as the licensure, I just Googled real time sitting here, not sure how thorough it is, but I Googled and Ohio.gov has a page, counselor, social worker, and marriage and family therapist board. So that's
Not school counselor board.
That's not the school.
Community counselor board,
Okay.
which is outside. The school counselors are within
Ms.
the
Culver, can you put to the
department.
mic so that those watching at home can hear you, please? Thank you. So the board you are talking about is the community counselors with marriage and family therapists, and those are the counselors that work for the agencies, and some of those agencies are actually in our schools. School counselors are part of the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce. Their licensure goes through the same way as a teacher license goes through. They have to renew every 5 years through that same board. So school counselor licensure is under the Department of Education, which we are already having are already part of the bargaining unit because they are teachers by contract. The social workers are outside of any bargaining unit we have because they are the Ohio social worker, counselor, and marriage family, which is separate from school counselors, 2 different divisions.
So none of our school counselors are through the counselor social worker board.
Not in the role they are operating in school. We have some people that have 2 licenses. They have a school counseling license, which is the one we hire them for, and they are working under. And then they have private license where if they want to hang out their shingle, they can. So they are being employed as a school counselor and are not allowed to hang out a shingle while they're working with us. They also have to get 2 sets of certifications to renew license and all of that. The 2 do not cross.
Okay, I have two more questions, and I will ask them the same because one of them I hope is quick. The first question is the number of counselors going to be less while we're adding this social worker position?
This does not impact the number of counselors that are serving our schools. This is bringing in 2 additional grant paid for resources.
So the two social workers coming, I actually only saw 1 on the agenda.
Because we approved 1 back in, she's already started.
They're
And
not,
this-
yeah, so these social workers will not displace any school, they were not displacing counselors at APS Online or AAA.
And it says an effective January 6th. So has this individual already begun work?
So we had 1 that started, the one that we had the conversation for back in November. And I believe her first day was December 2nd, something like that. They both got interviewed around the same time, and the first one was approved, but the second one was not on that board agenda. So she is just now coming to the board agenda for approval, so she has not begun yet.
But it says effective January 6th, which is in the past.
I can tell you when I was at the school on Friday, she has not started.
So I'll check
we
into
need to
that.
correct it.
That's a typo. Her resignation for her current job. So I need,
We
we'll
would
fix
need to
that
correct
date.
that.
Yes.
So yes, we'll need to at least correct this item in the agenda because
It'll need to be corrected.
Okay. And so then in my last, I guess, tie together of everything that everyone's saying, for this position that's going to be added here, and the last one, when will the board receive an update on the unfair labor practice that was filed in November?
Go ahead.
We did receive an email today. So it's to your point about before the meetings, but it's an email that was sent today that's for reference that I'm told, and then additional information, if once you look over that, if it's additional information.
That's not an update.
It's not discussing the response about it being unfair, about the response about the grievance about unfair labor practice?
No, this is about a cease and desist that happened today or more recently, but also.
No, that's not the email.
It says today's letter has no legal effect. That's not an update.
Okay.
So, Dr. Molinar, we have not received any updates on the unfair labor practice. So that's why you haven't gotten anything, because we haven't gotten anything, to my knowledge, on the first one.
Yeah, I think we can consult with legal to find out what kind of update they can provide to you as it relates to the first on labor, the ULP.
So for, I guess, for at this moment, it is ongoing? The first one from November is ongoing? Has not been resolved?
I'll need to check with legal on where we are with that particular piece, but all I know is that we know that we have been advised that we can move forward with this position because we are not in violation of our current contract with this bargaining unit.
If I may, Member Warner, thank you for bringing up this point, because that's still, I was under pressure. As you said, I don't have my computer out, that a response was given, then we found out it's not, then we talk about moving forward. So I think just for clarification, and so everyone is clear in transparency, a legal response is different than just being told, go ahead. If I have a legal team, before I make a move, if it's a question about it being in violation, I want a concrete answer that is not in violation, not a roundabout. I want a legal response, and I think that's what we need, because now it feels it's a little too shaky to make this decision, and this went around multiple times. So I think at this time, this is something that maybe we want to consider when we have more clarity. Even though the goal, as I keep saying, we need to be really student focused and what best help our students, because the numbers do tell us if they don't graduate, they're incarcerated. But we need a response, like a legal response, if we're in violation, because we don't want to be sued.
Right. So legal has told us that we are not in violation and that the position of social worker is not in the bargaining unit, is not in the part of the bargaining unit. And then I do want to, I was just made aware that this person did start, this was before I started this position, FYI, everybody. But this person did start, Keith just told me that this employee, she did start the job on the 6th of January. But if we have to make any kind of adjustments, if this is not approved, then we can definitely do that as it relates to the time frame that this person has been working. But just as a reminder that this is from a SQUID grant, and that actually it was extended. So we received another grant, but the employees were informed that when the money runs out, the position runs out. So that has been communicated with the two social workers.
I promise this is my last thing. Thank you, Madam President.
I'm going to recognize her, and just because we keep it informed with Robert's Rule when we discuss, and you've spoken on it 3 times, very valid discussion. So I want to recognize that. And then I'm going to recognize Member Autry. Member Autry.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring to my colleagues' attention that we were included on a correspondence from our legal counsel that specifically indicated that social workers are not a bargaining unit position. And so I know the email came late, but it was from our legal department, so we just got it.
I think members will need time to kind of like look over that, because we're discussing it now, and to Member Molnar's point, it came while we're seated and the discussion came up. And so I think we can move forward with that. But I mean, as far as the discussion, yes. Now, the other question that came up is because this person is grant funding, it is for the benefit of our students, so it's not coming out of our budget. And the question was it an issue with the collective bargaining agreement? And that's what we're worrying about. So now it's before us what we're going to do with this, and we found out the person is already working.
So yes, Member Harrison.
I have one more question. Is the funding for this is discretionary funding?
The building decides.
Yes, so it is site-based decision-making. So both these two buildings received, we call it SSI funds, Supplemental School Improvement Grant. So based on their graduation status, because they're at-risk schools, they received what was called a non-competitive grant. So they didn't really have to apply for it. ODE just said, we recognize you have these issues. They received about $112,000. And it's to do new startups, innovative things, and so that's what the school team did. They're investing in dropout prevention programming and professional development. They're investing in summer school and summer programs, some supplies, but the other big ticket item was this social worker. So they already have a full-time counselor, and they were looking to, what you heard from Yvonne, enhance the services that we're providing to the families.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm just trying to discern, is this discretionary funding that, and this kind of, that they could be used for multiple things?
Yes, that building could repurpose it for other events. It does expire, so unfortunately, we're at the semester point. They'll lose these funds June 30th. We have got word from ODE. We believe these were going to become competitive funds, so they'd have to write a grant. We were told last month that it will be non-competitive again, so we're assuming that these positions could be in place for the next year and a half minimum.
And Madam Chair and the board, I guess my concern is that it's discretionary funding. We could use it for something else while we're resolving the first unfair labor, because the district has many needs, the kids have many needs. Is it wise for us to get into additional, I don't know if it's unfair labor litigation, is it wise for us to continue down this until we get an answer on the first one? If the money is available and we have so many needs for our kids, is it wise for us to continue to move in this direction? Thank you.
So if I could just say, while it is discretionary, the money does have to be spent at that school, so they can apply it to some other areas. But there are about 8 different priorities, and based on the programming, some of the priorities don't fit, or we already have invested in college and career pathways, for example. That's one of the priorities. Well, since that is covered, since the students have programming, since they have access to those services, the school felt like this was what would move them and their families and students to the next level. So while it is discretionary, there are some parameters, and we could go over that at another time if you
Member Hall.
Just real quick, 2 quick questions. One, it sounds like the school requested this assistance. And if the school is requesting the assistance for their students and it's not affecting the labor practice, we need to listen to these schools because they're with the kids every single day. So they hear the needs and the wants of the kids. 2, grant, I almost forgot it. When you write a grant, in the grant, you have to talk about specifically what you want in that grant. So if we put in that grant that we want to utilize this for a social worker, we have to do that, or we can have to pay that money back. So, 1, the school is asking for this service, it sounds like, correct?
Correct. The whole staff was involved in the decision-making at that school and how they wanted to spend their funds.
Okay.
I just checked in with Becky today to, check my facts.
Right. So I guess we need to start, like I said again, listening to the schools because they're with the kids every day and they see the needs, as long as it's not violating anything. And then 2, with the grant, was this written in the grant as
so we did select.
Worker?
So when we, we have to align our budget grids and tell DEW how we're going to spend the money, and this is how we align that. We've honestly been working on this since August to get these positions in place, and unfortunately, here we are. But this has been in the plan and in the works for quite some time for that building.
So I guess my question,
Yes, We could lose it.
It was included in the grant writing that for social workers?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Superintendent, at this point, you can continue on. You were the question was from 11.4, and you were going through this section, right? Because again, this is a committee of the whole, so if things are not voted upon, it will go to the next meeting, but we can also call for the vote as you go forward.
We had 11.5 and 11.6 in this same section, if there were any questions on that.
All right.
Section 12, supplemental contracts. And we had a salary adjustment in 12.3. We only had 2 items in that particular section.
You kind of low.
There were only 2 items in that particular section, 3 rather, I'm sorry. 12.1, the recession of a contract, 12.2, supplemental contracts, and 12.3, a salary adjustment.
Any questions? All right.
Okay. Section 13, personnel recommendations, substitute teachers.
Any questions? All right.
Section 14, tutors, the hiring of tutors.
Seeing no hands raised, no questions. Proceed.
Section 15, support staff.
No questions.
Okay. Section 16, paraprofessionals.
Okay. Member Hall?
Just a quick question on 15.2 with employment, substitute secretary. At the bottom, we have a person's name listed with a bachelor's degree with the rate of pay. And I know with the levy and everything and all our finances, but if we want to keep people, correct me if I'm wrong, am I looking at this correctly?
Yes. In terms of the rate
I just
of pay?
think as far as like that pay. I think we just need to look at things a little differently when, we have someone with a bachelor's degree making that type of pay to sustain. I understand that they're a substitute, but
Well, that rate would include, well, she's a sub, number one,
Right.
but number two, it does include the degree with that rate. But it's also a substitute rate. It's not the regular rate of a regular secretary.
okay,
But I understand what you're saying.
okay.
Okay, section 16, paraprofessionals.
Yes, Member Mulner, you recognize?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a general question, not specifically about this individual's situation in 16.2, but I did notice a few other places on the agenda, so I'm going to ask it all at once, like 18.2 and 19.1. Generally, as a board member, when we're looking at the agenda, is there any way for us to know on this agenda if the individuals are requesting the leave of absence, or if they're being placed on leave? Because if we're approving this,
Right, but these are all like private reasons that they're on leave. So we wouldn't discuss anybody on leave in an open meeting?
No, I'm not asking about a specific individual. I'm asking generally as a board member, as we approve things, how do we know, or will we know, if they are requesting or being placed? Or the conditions that would manifest in that, or when they come back?
So if it's based on discipline or something like that, I think that's something that we could discuss like in executive session.
Member Alexander?
Yeah, if when a person goes on leave, they're requesting to go on leave for something. Most of the time it's medical, and you can't talk about medical because of HIPAA. So therefore, if I'm administration, I wouldn't give that information to us either, because I can get ourselves in trouble. Now, if it's something that they got put on leave maybe for discipline, then they can tell us that in executive session, like Ms. Carter is telling us. But other than that, that's something we probably shouldn't be discussing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not asking for the why. I'm not asking for the details. I'm just asking for the type. So for instance, as we have a lot of positions that come in, it just says new replacement, right? And so just generally, what type it
I
is.
think if it's a replacement, we can talk about that. But when you talk
So
about
I would need to check with legal to see what
Yeah.
can I share as it relates
Exactly.
to people going on leave.
Right.
And even if it's even crossing the line about the type of the reason, even a general reason why they're going on leave. But I can definitely consult with legal about what can I share and what can't we share as it relates to people going on leave. Mm-hmm.
Okay, section 17, child nutrition. Any questions?
Seeing none.
Section 18,
Member Ramon already addressed her question from there. Are there any other? Okay. Understood. Okay, any questions? Moving on.
okay, section 19, security.
Seeing no hands, please move on.
Section, oh, that's it. 20, I'm sorry.
20, yeah.
No, that's right.
Personnel
Section 20.
recommendations,
No,
students.
I'm sorry, section 20, students. That's employment of a student. It's still under personnel. Any questions? So, am I understanding that we only had the social worker that was,
Yeah,
That was in
the
question.
unreadiness about, so that we'll move that to the next. So we're looking to remove that because as this being a COW, if we're not feel that is enough information to move forward as a board, we can move that to the next meeting, or we can call for the vote and add it in this vote. Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. So then what happens? She already started on the 6th. So if we're not
I was
voting-
not aware of that.
No, I'm not
and
accusing you
that's-
of. I'm just saying she's already started on the 6th. So we're moving this to our next meeting, or, once we find out the information. So then what happens to that employee?
She would
Does she
have to s-
continue, or she has to stop?
No, she would have to stop if the board is not approving it.
Okay.
So we can, so depending on the board, if the majority moves it forward, then it will move. We can, if it's ready to vote, as I understand it, correct? Or, that's what I'm understanding, even in the COW, that if we can call for the vote and you just vote, it'll vote up or down, if it's not enough with unreadiness for more information. Is my understanding of that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So,
Wait 1 second, please, Superintendent, Treasurer.
Just as it stands, it's all under one agenda item. So you're either going to vote all of those up or all of those down. So the way to avoid that would be to take that specific one, whatever number it is, and move that to vote individually on. So, I don't know what number it is, 12.1, whatever it is, move that off, get a motion to move that off, seconded, then you can vote on that separately, and then you go back and vote on the balance of 21.1, which I don't think there's any objections to, or at least I didn't hear that. Does that make sense?
So the motion that will be before us is a motion to remove agenda item 11.4, dealing with the social workers, from this agenda, so that it can be voted on as a separate item.
Correct.
So that's the motion on the floor.
I move
Second.
to remove 11.4
Okay.
for a separate vote.
Second.
All right, thank you. It was moved and properly second. It was moved by Member Harrison, properly second by Member Monar. Are there any questions? I hope not. No. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing or hearing none, let's call for the vote to remove this item, 11.4.
Mr. Alexander, and again, we're just voting on 11.4, that's all, for clarity. Mr. Alexander?
To remove.
No?
No?
It's to remove so they can be voted on separately.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, yes.
Okay. Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
No.
Ms. Autry?
No.
So motion carries 5-2. Now it has to be voted on. Now it's separate, it's out. You need a motion, a second, and then a vote on whether this passes or doesn't pass.
All right, so are we going to make the motion off of the whole now or just 11.4?
No, just still 11.4.
Okay.
This
Now-
is the motion to approve it.
This is a motion right now. The motion that is on the floor is to approve item 11.4 by itself. So this is approving and everything standing. It was, Ms. Carter, you can come to, it was approved at the last board meeting, is what I don't understand.
Sorry, I'm not a part of the board, but I was just wondering, is there a way we can make a motion to move it to the next board meeting for a decision rather than trying to make a decision right now?
Yeah.
On the social worker position, the 10.4. If we can, if the motion can be, because 21 is really a recommendation to move it to the next board meeting. So maybe we're going to vote on all personnel items now, except for 10.4. We can make a motion. You can make a motion if you choose to move it to the next board meeting to be considered for the vote. And today, you can vote on all the other personnel items, because 21 is really just any items you don't vote on today. 21 is there to move it to the next board meeting, or 20, whichever that last section was after personnel. So 10.4, the motion can be, instead of voting it up or down.
We're talking about 11.4,
11.4, excuse me. Instead of voting it up or voting it down, you would vote to move it to the next board meeting, and then you'll be voting on whether to approve the position or not at the next board meeting.
I think what my concern was about that is because she's already working, and it appeared that a majority of the board was for this to remain on. So to move it to the next meeting would then mean that this person would have to be stopped from working, already servicing
But it
children.
sounded like you guys were pulling it out of all the
We were pulling it to the side to then vote on it in isolation so that it would not, because this voting on it as a whole, everything had to be voted on as one. So that's why the motion was made, to remove it from this grouping. So if it goes up or down, it can do that as one item and not impact the whole list that we just went
I
over.
understand.
Now.
Thank you.
Okay. No, that's fine. All right, so now, Mr. Vice President, the motion that is on the floor is before this board now is item 11.4 concerning the matter of the social worker for the students at Akron Alternative and yes, APS Online. right?
And we're voting.
We're voting
yes,
to say yes. If you say
for,
yes,
or no
then
for them.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Leave it as it is. No, and it's no. And then they got to figure out what they did with her that she already working. Is everyone clear on that? Okay. So I think, didn't we already call for the vote? Were we at the
Well,
point?
we need
Lower
a
it up.
motion and a second.
Okay.
I motion to approve item 11.4 for the employment of a social worker utilizing the SSI grant.
It's been moved by Member Autry.
I'll second that.
And second by Member Hall. We've had discussion. Is there any discussion? You have something, Member Molnar, yes?
I do. I am making a request. Regardless of the outcome of this vote, I would like an update on the situation that has occurred in November, the unfair labor practice, and an update of anything resolving from this. And by an update, what I mean by that is I want to know if it is resolved, if it has not been resolved, and how much money we have spent and time we have spent in effort to resolve it. That is what I mean by an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Molnar. It's been heard and duly noted. All right. It's been moved and properly second. Now we're calling for the vote. Thank you.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
No.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
No.
Mrs. Sykes,
No.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
President Jackson, I would like to recommend the approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 10 through 20.
Thank you. Superintendent, is there a motion to approve the, oh, you already made it. So
moved.
So moved, yeah.
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved by Bruce, seconded by Hall. Call for the vote. Thank you.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next on the agenda, we have the approval of resolutions and motions in the consent agenda.
President Jackson, I wish to recommend the approval of the resolutions and motions presented in category 25. They are in the proper format, and I move for their approval, please.
Vice President Alexander.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Autry. Any discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote, please.
Ms. Hall,
Oh, I didn't.
So we just approved 10 through 20, right? When do we discuss 21, 22, 23, 24 before we jump to 25?
'21 was,
I think we discussed 21.
21.1 was a personnel
22, right.
recommendation.
22, 23, 24.
Those were all the personnel recommendations.
We're doing the cow, you gotta go to each section. So item 22, under questions, item 23.
that's what she wants.
Yeah, because just point of clarity,
Discussion,
if we're voting, I would like to know the numbers, because in our agenda it says numbers, right? But when we go to vote, it's 10 through 20, or it needs to be 10 through 24.
Correct, you're correct,
Yes.
Member Hall.
Thank you.
So we went through 21, so 22 and 23 to 24 were not discussed. Is there any it was not brought before the body to see if there were any questions. So Superintendent, where do you start at 22, Member Hall? I think 21 was just when I read about the personnel recommendations to approve that, so then it will start at 22.
Yes. So number 22, board letter, contracts and board policy. This is for transporting children to and from school for parents. I think this is the payment in lieu is what this is. This is our third set of these for this year so far. And this is where parents would be paid for bringing their children to school.
Any questions? Okay. 23?
23 is encompassing all of the various
The donations that's been received.
donations is the word I'm trying to find.
It's a long night.
Donations that we have received. And we want to be thankful for all of this for our kids. Any questions on those?
Member Hall?
So 23.3, the WAPS-FM for broadcasting. To my understanding, this is for stuff that we already currently do, correct? As far as the broadcasting?
Yes, this is our radio station.
Okay. And then Elliott has a broadcasting college and career academy.
Right.
Does I want to say WAPS, but WAPS-FM, do they assist or allow the students at Elliott to work with them to learn more about like hands-on broadcasting, since we're already contracting with them?
The kids do have the opportunity from time to time to go to the radio station. I mean, it's in the building, so they have the opportunity to work with them. It's one of the pathways at Elliott, so there are times when kids will go in and get experiences, field experience, right in the radio station.
Okay, thank you for that. One more question. Let me see, 23.5.
23.5.
Is this the vendors? Oh, never mind, we answered those questions. Nope, that's 23.6 with the athletic fund.
Yes.
This is where the breakdown I had talked about earlier.
Yes.
And that's what I asked about, bringing to one of the committees regarding, all the sports that we're paying for and the lack of sports in other schools.
Yes, and we can do that. Mr. Vasilati is not here this evening. However, just from the last time that this came, there is a formula that, before my time, that they use, and it's based on the number of students that are within the school that are in these different athletic opportunities. And it was based on that and the number of sports opportunities that they have. And it's divided that way. Some schools, it also, Ms. Carter can come because it's under her, but some schools do have more than others in terms of the availability of certain sports and people who are willing to take on those sports in those particular schools, which would give some schools more than others.
I was going to add, if you're, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what would make a student want to go to their home school when they only have 3 sports?
Right.
And there's another school that has 16, sports. So I would want to go to the school with the 16 sports because they have everything. So I think, we're doing a disservice to our students by not offering a variety of sports within that school.
So all the sports are offered at all buildings, and it's based on student interest. And so right now, the athletics department is working with the Youth Success Summit, serving on the Sports and Wellness Committee with the community and our youth sports. And so an area of focus is to promote and develop our sports that traditionally have not been represented at certain schools. And so, for example, we're partnering with First Tee and Tire Town Golf this past fall and promoting golf participation at Bookdale and at ECLC from the middle school ages and up. Also, we are working with another organization as it relates to tennis. In addition, the work detailed above, the work that I just reported, we have high schools with girls and boys bowling teams. So all of our high schools now have girls and boys bowling teams. And then also all of our high schools have boys wrestling teams, with 4 of the schools having girls wrestling. This past Saturday, the North Vikings, we had a tournament at North High School. It was a girls wrestling tournament. We had 42 schools participating. Looking ahead to spring sports, girls, boys track teams will represent each of our middle schools and high schools. Also, boys tennis will include teams at Garfield, North, Ellett, and Firestone. We have our girls tennis team participating in tennis during the fall season. With support of Towpath Tennis Center, we're promoting tennis at Bookdale and East, and we strive to have tennis teams there as well. And so we're just doing certain things to provide exposure to our students, because if they don't know what's available, then they're not going to have an interest in it. So we want to start piquing their interest in these sports that they're traditionally not exposed to during their middle school years, so that when they do get to high school, we'll start seeing an increase in some of those sports that you traditionally don't see at some of the schools. We'll start seeing those. Okay. And so it is about exposure and providing experiences so that students know what's available. And so that's why we're working with our community partners to provide that to our scholars.
Thank you. That's good.
That's why you see Tire Town working with Bookdale and East, because golf was not something that was being offered there. And it's also interest, but it's also if there's an available staff member who can supervise that or take on that particular task. And then we go within the district to see if there's anybody that wants it or is willing to do it. And then we go to the outside. But we can still come to whatever committee the board would like to go into more detail about this. Okay.
Thank you, Paul, for bringing that to our attention. The missed ones on the agenda, Superintendent.
And I think 23.7 was the last of that section.
Yeah. All right. So now we can properly call for the vote.
Yes. 22.
Yeah, we went straight down the list. 22. Oh, no, we. No, no, that's all right. I think everybody's a little. All right, so now we're voting on the whole. So, go ahead.
So, thank you, President Jackson. I wish to recommend the approval of the resolutions and motions presented in Category 25. And they are in proper format, and I move for their approval, please.
Do we have to?
We have Mr. Alexander with the motion and seconded by Ms. Autry.
Okay. And now we're calling for the vote for the ones, because Ms. Hall brought it to our attention, we had to go back to discuss those. So this is the vote. Oh, I forgot. Because we didn't do it properly, so we had to go back and just. And that packet. So now we have to vote for that, and then we're going to vote for 25. Okay, so the motion's made, so now you're calling for the vote, right?
Correct. Ms. Hall?
Wait, what are we calling on? Because you're discussing.
No, we just
What are we
went-
calling on,
remember
21 through 24 right now? Okay. Abstain from 22.1, yes to everything else.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries on 22.1, 6-0 with one abstention. On the balance, 7-0.
Okay. So we're now going to number 27. Sorry.
25
20.
is the same.
Yeah. So I wish to make the recommendation to this, I'm sorry, please forgive me. We're now in business affairs.
Yes.
Yes, that's where I was going. Okay, so we're now under business affairs, recommendations, number 27, 27.1.
We didn't do the approval of the resolutions and motions and consent agenda. And
those are all the same.
That's all the same.
Through 24, we didn't go through 25, the resolution and consent. Yeah, we just went through the recommendations of employment. And that just passed because in those recommendations, we did not do 22, 23 to 24. Now, 25 is the consent agenda, which we just approved.
Which includes what we just went over. The consent agenda is the transportation, the donations, the actual resolutions that we just went through.
Yeah, so all of that was voted on.
Was approved?
Yes.
It's all approved under the consent agenda.
Yes, please monitor this, Lord.
At 9 o'clock, I hesitate to ask this question, but are we actually approving all these items, or are we approving to move these items somewhere else?
No, this is what we discussed at the last meeting. The items that we're approving today.
Yes.
And not, that we're
Okay.
agreeing on are being approved.
Okay.
And not going
So
to the 27
we won't have
meeting.
to see the things that we've already approved again necessarily.
Correct.
Thank you for confirming that. So now, we have not approved the consent agenda. Is that the question? Is that where we are? Or is that where we
Yes,
are? Thank
that's
you.
where-
Thank
that's
you.
where I was
All right,
at.
thank you.
They're fine. Yes, Ms. Hall.
Okay, so since, to my understanding, we were going over each section, right? But if you're saying that 21 through 25, we're approving all of that, what we just did, then I need to abstain from 25.1. But to my understanding, that's why I asked for a point of clarity, 21 to 24, I abstained from 22.1 because of the question I asked.
25 point.
We didn't say 25, anything just this last time. So my understanding, we're going to vote on 25 and whatever else next. Because it was voted on by Member Autry and Member Alexander, but then I had a question about the 21 through 24. So I think we need to vote on 25. Or?
Yes.
Thank you. Or I just abstain from 25.1.
25 includes
22.1 is the board letter. What you need to vote on is 25.1. So your abstention, which is related to transportation, you would like to abstain from 25.1. I think
Right.
that's what you're
I understand
asking.
that, but if we're saying we're moving to consent agenda 26, we haven't voted on 25.
But 25 is all the board motions and resolutions that you're voting on in 26.
Okay,
Those
so
are
I
the
guess this is
written
confusing
items
because we're saying we're
related to the
doing
board
all
letters.
these different
Okay, so-
numbers and all of that,
Yeah.
but then we vote, okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so.
Does that help?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that helped me out, Ms.
We
Thank
not-
you for coming up. Because
Yeah.
26, so the vote actually happens at 26.
The
And then you'll abstain.
Right, but if we're discussing this as a group, to my understanding, we're going over each section. But when we go over each section and we don't say the other numbers, that leads me to believe that we haven't gotten to that number.
No,
So if we're going to, I'm fine with it, but I need to abstain from 22.1 and 25.1 on the record. Thank you.
Understood.
all right, so now we're at 26.1, right?
We did 26.1.
Okay.
We're to 20, what good leads up to 28.1.
So we are at the business affairs
Yes.
recommendations section.
Yes.
Yes.
Section 27.
Uh-huh.
27.1 through 27.15. Any questions on this section? Business affairs. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Hall, please.
Sorry for all the discussion, but I thought this is what this meeting was
No,
for,
yeah,
was for
yeah.
discussion. So for 27.1, my understanding, this is a part of AIM Gear Up, and it's at Bookto and ECLC. My question is, how do we get this in other schools? Because it's involving mental health services, up to 50 scholars at Bookto and East, including mentoring and other things, and mentees. So how do we get this in other schools?
So Ms. Culver will come up and explain.
So the reason this is only in Bookto and East is it is a pilot program and it's being paid for through Gear Up funds. So currently the Gear Up funds are only available at Bookto East, North, and Garfield. But part of what we do is we try to figure out how, when we find out something is working, how to make it sustainable. So this is our pilot. It's our first time working with this organization, so we want to make sure that it is what we're asking for, and then we would be looking at expanding it to the other Gear Up schools, and then figuring out if we wanted to pursue grant funding or something to expand it to more schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. And thank you, Ms. Culver.
27, any other questions around 27?
Keep it rolling.
Okay. Pastor Harrison?
He
You
did
had a
have a
question?
question.
Oh.
I just said keep
So do we,
Yes,
okay, so you want me to ask for approval?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. President Jackson, I wish to recommend the approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 27.
Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Okay, is there a
I'll
second? Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Alexander, properly second by Ms. Hall. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing none.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Number 29, which is an essential item that does need to be approved, and it's listed as an essential item because if in a COW you decided that you wanted to move things to another agenda, we would let you know in this section that we would need to have those things approved. So that's what the essential item is. And the essential item in 29.1 is a consent agreement, but so we had someone to go that does inspections, and they went to the school, and who said no, I do not know, but someone denied the person that was doing the inspection to go into to do their inspection, which we cannot do. So we are going to be addressing this with our administrators, letting them know that when people come and they are licensed, certified, and they give you documentation that they have to do an inspection, we need to let them do what they're supposed to do. And as a result of not allowing that to happen, there came a fine of $250 that we had to pay for them not being able to do the inspection. It has been addressed properly through the supervisor and the school. So this will not occur again, but it is something that was brought to my attention, but only after we had received correspondence from the state. And so the inspection will take place, or already has taken place, but we do have to pay the $250 fine.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agreement release and board order?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote, please.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. Now we move to the part of the agenda of new business, and there is none. Next is item 31, executive session. There is a need to go into executive session pursuant to the Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the employment, dismissal, and discipline of a public employee and/or officials, and pursuant of RC 121.22G3 to conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Autry. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I move that we recess into executive session after the vote. Call to vote.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. I don't know if there will be. You need to tell them there's possible action or there isn't.
Okay. There may be possible action after executive session.
And now, go into executive session.
Okay, now we adjourn for executive session.
At 9:17.
At 9:17. We recess. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We recess into executive session. We are back in session Tuesday, 12:10 a.m. There is no action items from the board. However, there is a statement from the board. The review authorized by the Akron Public Schools Board of Education into allegations of misconduct has begun. The law firm of Brennan, Mena, Diamond is serving as the fact finder and has reviewed documents and conducted initial interviews. No deadline has been established, so the investigators can take the time they need to conduct a thorough, impartial, and independent review of this serious matter. The board will provide additional updates as the review progresses. The final report will be made public. And there's no additional information at this time. Thank you. The board meeting stands adjourned at.
Make a motion.
Oh, do we make?
We
make a motion. We make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right. It's been moved and properly second. Call for the vote.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall? Oh, sorry. Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Time is 12:12.
And our next board meeting will be held at January 27 at 5:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. Thank you. We stand adjourned.
There you go.